I think we all want to see you and the Secretariat succeed, and you should feel free to call on us, either individually or collectively, to support you in your role. And there's enormous capacity, given the different sectors that we all represent at this table. And you should feel free, I think, to engage with commissioners one-on-one about it. I do want to, I saw it is a moment of transition also for NEDLAC. And I'm not sure if you've been following, but NEDLAC itself has now just appointed a new ED. His name is Makuku Mampuru, and he has joined us. He's sitting there. And I've already congratulated Makuku on your behalf and extended to him our gratitude for NEDLAC hosting the PCC and having really gone out of its way to support us in our early stages of existence. And for those of you that don't know, Makuku previously served as DG in Mpumalanga, was a big champion, by the way, of the just transition in the province, which I think partly got him into trouble with his political principles. But we have a pre-existing working relationship, and we look forward in your new role, Makuku, to collaborating with you.
Wahid Hussein, the incoming commissioner.
Wahid, sorry, I didn't recognize you. So Wahid is the new Jacques. So he has not yet been formally appointed by the president, but we took the liberty of inviting him because he has been nominated by Fiducian. So his appointment is almost a certainty. So a very warm welcome to you. Very good to have you on board. I'm handing over to Mr. Blessing Manali to take us through the Executive Director's report.
Good morning, and thank you, Deputy Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, our special guest, Sir David, the incoming commissioners, the EXCO and the Secretariat, who collectively made me hold the fort as Dora was transitioning in. So it has been quite an experience now, and I want beforehand to thank those colleagues that made me easy to steer the ship for the 2 months. The report mainly covers the transition, which has been covered partly by the Deputy Chair, the state of finances, highlights of the quarter's activities, some work on outreach and communications, the PCC reports that are on the pipeline, and then an outline of the first quarter of the year priorities, which will further be complemented by the working group reports, as well as the finance and governance report. But then we've also got a special presentation on the priorities for the remainder of the term of the commission. In terms of the transition, Dr. Olva has already assumed the role as Deputy Chair. We've announced the new Executive Director. We've already started a program of onboarding her. That's why she started in Cape Town with a series of outreach engagements with various stakeholders, the development partners, donors, a few government departments. We are doing some internal reconfiguration and primarily making sure that the PCC charter is aligned to the Act and the regulations once assented to. And then, of course, the supplementary rules associated with the institutional framework. On terms of the transition into the Act, the DFFE is now ready to, the Minister will soon publish the regulations. They were consulted with both provinces and the PCC through the Intergovernmental IGCCC, the Climate Change Committee, Working Group 9. and then they would also address all those other matters. We'd start the process of appointing the new commission in the last quarter of 2025, and that would also require supplementary annexures around the nomination process, who can nominate, who's disqualified, to just give much more meat to the act. And then the presidency will lead that process from advertising it to the shortlisting and the final president signing the actual list. Of course, then the new executive director will have to be designated formally as commissioner ex officio so that she can attend the closed sessions, which is a procedural matter. We have alerted the office of the president to that, and they'll process that together with the designation of people like Mr. Wahid. So that's in the pipeline. And then the commissioner vacancies that have arisen, and I think that they reported Ms. Joanne Bate from business, Mr. Mwale from civil society, and Mr. Jahyuhu. We are waiting for the two nominations to be formalized from Sanko for Dr. Mwale and Ms. Bates. And I've already spoken about what the process would be, and would update that in the next meeting. We'll probably have the commission fully filled. In terms of the financial health of the organization, we thought that we should bring this on board. As you know, that the public sector did some sweeping cost curtailment measures, and the NEDLEG also was one of those public entities that had to have that some of those allocations slashed to manage those austerity measures in government. And it has had an impact on our work, because some of the funds committed would not be able to be met in the current financial year, which means that we pay some of our running multi-year contracts in 2025-26. Financed via both NEDLEG and the African Climate Foundation, of course, with some of the money coming straight into projects without being dispersed to any of the entities. But we are able to say that we are thankful that in the midst of this, we managed to get additional funding, which has made it possible for us to run the NDC consultation until we make the recommendations. And we are on an aggressive fundraising efforts, not just because of this short-term measure, but to also make sure that we've got funding for the next 3-year cycle. I've highlighted some quarter 4 activities, which has mainly been some high-level stakeholder engagements. They're on your pack, but I think we've participated in engagements with SALGA at their planning level, in the mining in Daba, on a number of discussions on finance, business, and tax. And then we've already also hosted our own high-level international platform exchange in Cape Town, which was a great success domestically and internationally. We're getting their claims, as well as the Financing Commons Summit, what is called FIX. We've generated a number of recommendations on the Climate Change Response Fund. We've finalized the state of readiness for phase 1 of the municipal jet IP. We are now, we've completed the Nelson Mandela Bay Climate Resilient Plan, and it will be launched next week on the 12th. And then the disaster management review technical work will be presented in this meeting. And then, of course, the working groups will report on, the MNE will report on preparations for the annual report, as well as the 18-month since the first PCC report on the work we're doing in Komati. The stakeholder engagements are mainly covered in that we're continuing to do continuous engagements on the NBC, as well as some work we're doing internally through the NEDLEG process on Section 77 on the just transition job impacts, particularly in the coal sector. In the hardcore PR, we're continuing to train media to understand our work better, and we are collaborating with a number of social partners to just raise awareness, mainly because of resources, but also because you need a much more broader ecosystem to raise awareness on the issues. Our priorities for April to June, it's of course we are abreast with the need to submit recommendations to the DFFE, which is driving the NDC update ahead of COP30. It is not a stock take COP, but the deposit of the updated NDC should happen by around September. We are already prioritizing skills work We want to pilot 2 projects on social ownership renewables, and then we're already planning a JET social protection conference. The work on the electricity pricing is continuing, and green transport is also one area that will be supporting the Department of Transport. The adaptation team is doing a 3-sector study, which is almost in completion on the built environment, water, and agriculture. And then some cross-cutting work which we have prioritized. It's on outreach. We're beginning to reach out quite well with the DTIC. We've got quite a number of agenda items, but the current work is around trade and climate change, supported by a number of international partners. We are part of the overall ecosystem of supporting our government to host a successful G20 presidency, and we're participating like the Sustainable Climate Finance Working Group. We're feeding into structures like FIX to make sure that the overall input of all social partners ultimately makes the South African G20 agenda. We have continued to enhance our role internationally, even if we are a domestic commission, with like the work we did on the CPE, participating actively in the International Climate Council's network. And then we're also doing some work with higher education, and we collaborating with University of Mpumalanga, Valley University of Technology, and a few of the CSIR. So the knowledge, research, and higher education sector is seeing the PCC also as a partner, and we're enhancing that work. And there's details about 1 or 2 conferences we're hosting with these major universities. And that's mainly what we've been doing for the last quarter, noting that the last quarter was 2 months. But once again, I want to formally thank the commissioner that I interacted with during my acting tenure, and to Ms. D, as we'll ultimately call her, welcome. And I throw back the control measures to you. And once again, good luck. And we hope that you would stay with the commission until we have transitioned fully. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair and Commissioners. Over and out.
Yeah, Blessing. I mean, I must say, you really stood up to the plate on, fulfilling this acting ED role. And I think we owe you all a huge debt of gratitude for taking on the burden. So well done. If there are no comments, Commissioner Mbodi.
Thank you. My comment will be short. On the issue of skills, upskilling and reskilling, I think the projected budget will prove the seriousness. Because as and when we talk about these issues, it sounds very good until you see the bottlenecks that needs to be broken. Those bottlenecks talks to money, talks to budget. Secondly, I think now that we have seen the particular failures of the committee issue, we should also bring any redress that is happening out there back to this house, because we owned up to a lot on the failure of committee. That even if the success is being cooked, let us know that it shouldn't be that we see a 1 line or a 2 line. It should be substantial coming to this house so that we may appreciate what is being done. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we're going to come back to the Komati issue in the working group report. So if we could pick it up then. Edie, you may want to comment on the priority you attach to skills and whether you think it's a serious issue or not.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Mbodi, for that question. I mean, you are correct. Skills development is central to the just transition work that we're doing. And we are also going into focused sessions next week, where in each and every program that we do, we are then integrating that skills development component. We have already begun in earnest, even with the discussions we were having last week with specific restricted program funders to then focus their attention quite a lot on that particular area as an enabler for the transition. So it's very much top on our priority list. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So I'm going to move us on to the working group reports. Shafiq, last time, or was it the meeting before last, you gave the working group report on Makoma's behalf. And you established a little bit of a new precedent. So what I want to encourage the chairs of the working group, the minutes of your last meeting are all in the documents, and we've been through that, and I think you should take those as read. And what the working group chairs should focus on is the strategic issues you want to bring to our attention, matters that worry you or where you think there's significant progress and that we should, rally around. So if I could pass over to you, Shafiq, to start on adaptation and resilience.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Yes, again, as mentioned, I'm standing in for Commissioner Makoma. And in terms of the adaptation and resilience working group, I think the momentum has now been created in terms of the projects initiated, the type of recommendations and policy issues that it's emanating from them. But I also feel, and I think it will come up, that we are now pumping the brakes a bit, which is a significant risk for us. And in terms of and people will know how I like to look at things. I look at most of these things through a risk lens. And if you look at the current project portfolios that's ongoing and that's being finalized today through recommendations from the working group to this committee meeting, is that we're dealing fairly well with trying to identify what are the hazards that we are facing. So whether it's the climate extremes, etc. And one of the studies that we did look at is around the early warning systems and the mechanisms that identify these things and that bring these warnings to the very local level. And I think that's part of the problem. A lot of the policy recommendations is very zoomed out, and even the issues around the NDC, for example, the two that one I was involved in, the other one I followed online. The issue of informal settlements keep on coming up. They're highly vulnerable, and we don't seem to know what to do with them. But luckily, the working group and the secretariat had a project on that, and that was also finalized in the last sitting around the incorporating climate adaptation and resilient principles and measures in upgrading of informal settlements in South Africa. So part of that is then how do we take these policy recommendations to be incorporated into things like the Housing Act? How do we expand the early warning systems to cover these areas that might not have people with television sets that can see the different warning level, but also to strengthen local partnerships, etc. This report was recommended at the 14th February meeting, and then the other issues around the three sector studies. So I think that is also identified as an ongoing priority for the rest of the year. But part of the discussions and I think part of the opportunity that exists, and I raised it from where I'm coming from, is that because of this pumping of the brakes and the resource constraint, we might want to leverage other partnerships to start looking at it at other sectors. So, for example, which institutions can we approach to look at it other sectors, following the formula that was established for the three sector study. And in there, for example, there's a workshop planned for later this month. The other issue around and again, this is a lot of things seems to be related to this resource constraint, is that the early warning technical report is finalized, but there is as I understood it, a resource constraint to develop the recommendations, because the people that wrote the technical report are also the people that needs to manage these systems. So it's a bit difficult to write your own policy recommendations in that regard or how we should be funding that. I think the final workshop on the Nelson Mandela Climate Resilient Development Strategy Framework is ongoing and will be finalized. We've also had some interesting discussion around the Just Adaptation Investment Plan that is also ongoing on the correct pace. And there will be a follow-up expert dialogue, but also, and I don't see DPG more shortly here, is that the Department of Water and Sanitation put up their hand in that meeting to become I think they said guinea pig to do these type of things. So I think it's something that we will have to follow up. And then later in the agenda, we will discuss the technical paper on disaster management and some of the recommendations that will come out from that. And also another discussion we had was around understanding the DFFE adaptation priorities. And the key updates is that was around the mainstream of climate resilience into planning frameworks, enhance local government capacity, and how do we leverage partnerships with private sector and the municipality. So I think out of all these studies and the engagement, there's a common theme around policy coherence. And again, the issue of this, how does this being applied at a very localized level? So for example, we can make recommendations, but how do you deal with that at an informal settlement level that it might not be similar to the rest? And then there are issues around proactive disaster management and intergovernmental collaboration, which speaks to the main problem, which is the governance of all of these things. So, Chair, with that, we'll also have the climate-related disaster management recommendation report later on in the agenda, and we'll deal with it later. Thanks, Chair.
Well, despite you pumping the brakes, there seems to be an enormous amount of work being undertaken. So that's impressive. Louise, Net Zero Working Group.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. So this working group deals with two work streams, the net zero mitigation work and also the employment strategy and economic diversification work. And to pick up on this theme of impressive amount of work, there is really an enormous amount of work that is pursued under this working group. And it arises repeatedly that commissioners, echo the point made earlier that perhaps focus and fewer things with a higher impact would be more what we should be trying to look at. So the biggest stuff we've been busy with is the consultations with the different stakeholder groups on the coming revised nationally determined contribution, the NDC. We would like to thank commissioners because we made an appeal that commissioners really bring their stakeholder groups to these consultations and themselves participate actively, and really that did happen, and we're most appreciative of that. The consultations that were held were with faith groups, youth, civil society, business and labor, and local government. And those have now all been completed. There is one additional group that isn't a stakeholder group, but it's kind of an interest group. And that is that the Just Transition Framework that the Commission developed and that Cabinet adopted makes a few nods in the direction of gender. But we really would like to sort of make sure that in our recommendations for the NDC, we are gender alert and perhaps even, as far as gender transformative. So there's a gender advisory group that will meet on Monday to start considering gender aspects in the NDC. So I want to give you a couple of highlights from the consultations that I attended. Please note, these are my impressions. Those stakeholder groupings can well speak for themselves. And there is still an opportunity. There's an email address you can email for your inputs to. So let me start with local governments. Local government, the participants there really highlighted the challenges that local government faces, because it is really where climate change hits the roads, the buildings, the settlements, the people. And the Climate Change Act places extra responsibilities on local governments now to really incorporate climate change issues in their, ultimately in their IDPs, their development plans, integrated development plans. And the call from local government that I heard was, firstly, we need common methodologies for fulfilling our roles under the Act, so that they can escalate up, and vertical integration can happen. The second thing is that was quite strongly positioned is the issue of revenue. There is a revision of the revenue formula for local government underway, but really seriously, we have to think about it differently. If we transition to a low carbon and climate resilient economy, many of the things that local government depends on for revenue must shrink. So, electricity use, and waste collection. These are all things where local government gets revenue, but if we shift to more greener behaviors, we should be doing less of those things. So, yeah, a major challenge around the revenue. And then let me shift to civil society. I think, look, civil society hasn't yet sat down and discussed its positions around the NDC, but early signs are that there will be some kind of coalescence around the range of 200 to 305 megatons as our target for 2035, our advocated target. And also, civil society is representing the people on the ground. And so very strong points made about adaptation and resilience questions. Labour said, this cannot just be a technical exercise about numbers, that there must be the justice elements in place before one moves. So Komati would be a good example where the justice elements were not in place and yet there was movement. So we've got to flip that around and get them in place. And I think there was an interesting call for negotiated codes of good practice and sector just transition frameworks, which would be things negotiated through NEDLAC, so that they are binding and properly agreed between the social partners. Then from business, we heard a range of voices, but including our own commissioner from the Black Business Council, we heard from NBI and we heard from BUSA. And I must say that, with nuances and exceptions, but in general, I was highly encouraged by the fact that business and particular Busa was saying, yes, every NDC does have to be more ambitious than the last. And from our PCC work, the work we've done, there is an economic rationale for moving on the mitigation front. And that somehow doesn't seem to sink in with everybody. It will be better for our economy to do the mitigation and reorientate our economy. Of course, there are those within the status quo who would want to resist that because their business models are not necessarily adjusted for this new thing. I think that's all. I didn't attend the faith and youth groups. Then looking forward a little bit, the WWF, NBI, and C40 cities convened something called the Alliance for Climate Action. And we had a meeting with the executive secretary of the UNFCCC. And he said something very interesting. He said, we have the NDCs, which is the sort of bottom-up pledges from countries. And we have the UNFCCC as a kind of top-level body. But what we don't have is an agreed plan of how to move. There's a sort of gap in the middle there. And, in South Africa, that also replicates. So DFFE is busy working on the low emissions development strategy, which in a sense is, it's meant to be a longer term view than the NDCs, which are 5-year views, and is supposed to say, okay, if those are our NDC targets, this is how we will get there. And they are doing a very interesting thing at the moment. They're trying to determine what is a good life for anyone living in South Africa. And therefore, our mitigation and adaptation pathway should take us to deliver on the good life. And at the moment, it's very fuzzy. Whereas in India, they took indicators of a decent standard of living. And, a good life for you and a good life for me, we'll define it differently. But there are some indicators, and I'll just give you some. For example,
I'm just a bit worried about time.
I know, but you always let everyone else run on and not me. I've got about 3 sentences, Crispian. Okay, so examples of those indicators is access to, telephony services so that early warning systems can reach the ground. A household having a fridge. And then we need to calculate, in order to deliver that, what emissions, how should we deploy our carbon budget? So as the Commission, we're about to embark on a set of socio-economic scenarios to get to net zero. So we've done a lot of the emissions modeling, but what is the socio-economic pathways? Because there are choices and trade-offs and so on. So I think that's the next big important piece of work. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So we're going to have a full discussion on the NDC at our next commission meeting. And I think that's where we want to go into some depth on this matter. So I don't want you to exhaust yourselves in this meeting grappling with the issues. I think it's very interesting to hear the feedback from the stakeholder engagement, so that's excellent. I do want to welcome Pemi Gasela from DFFE who joined us. Welcome, Pemi. When will the NDC draft be published? Can you give us a sense of the timelines on that?
Thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues. And Dr. Oliver, thank you for putting me under a spot, especially when I've just arrived. We're planning to have it, the first draft, to have it by June, and then commence with the stakeholder consultation thereafter. So what we're busy with right now is the technical phase of the NDC, and we are taking that the stakeholder engagements that the PCC is doing, they are really doing the groundwork for us, so that when we come with the draft, people are already conscientized on what the NDC is and what is required. So that's all I have for now. Thanks.
So the question in my mind, thank you for that. Will we be in a position to debate the NDC? What, Madam Secretary, what's the date of our next commission meeting?
So, Chair, the next commission meeting is on the 13th of June.
13th of June.
That's correct.
Do you think we'd be in a position to discuss the draft at that meeting? No.
No, I don't think would be, because would still be at the bond sessions ourselves. So we're hoping that we would do it immediately after the bond session. So it won't be before that, unfortunately.
So can we bounce it back to you, Louise, and maybe come back to us with some proposals about how we thread that needle? Because I think if we delay it to our September meeting, then it'll be too late. And we might need to look at pushing the commission meeting out a bit, or convening a special session to discuss it. But I think sit down with your working group and the team from DFFE, and let's work out how to do this. Nonhlanhla? Joanna, saw your hand.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to say that I think that we must convene a special meeting. It's a critical issue, and I think it would be very important to do that. Thanks.
Madam Secretary, you're not protesting.
Sorry, Chair, I did not have a question. I didn't raise my hand. Yes.
I thought you were protesting. Very good. Thank you for that. We are moving on. Shamini, climate finance.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. I'm going to echo some of the sentiments by the other commissioners in terms of the other working groups. I think it's going to be critically important for the Finance and Innovation Working Group to really look at the priorities. Whilst we have a very firm agenda of the different reports, and I think it's quite institutionalized, we've had a number of reports that have been released that have been well received by all stakeholders that need it, from the Climate Finance Landscape Report to the Just Transition Mechanism Report. So all of those things are well in place, and I think those must definitely continue in terms of our resource constraints. But I do think there's some sort of ad hoc working items that one could reconsider given where we are, particularly what Commissioner Mbodi has raised in terms of financing on the JET IP. For example, we had the review and a number of things that were sitting there that maybe might not be the best time for us to do these things. So I thought it's important to raise that point that we would need to look at our priorities from this working group. It's one of those working groups that are so critically important in terms of what we do, and all of the other working groups, that finance is the enabler for us to do everything. But I really think as well, we've got to be circumspect about what we do given the challenges we face. So that's something I do want to state very clearly. That said, we have had a well-established working group session, previous meeting. We've set our priorities for this year. One of the key deliverables for us would be the Climate Finance Landscape Report. You'll recall that that report is done once every 2 years. And in the middle year, we sort of refine our methodology, try to get better. We've now added in a number of institutions, entities, and stakeholders that we will be now engaging to get a better report. We want that to be released at COP30 this year, and we want to then also get that to influence the G20 and various other sessions, you know, the finance, the Common Summit as well. So all of these things are really critically important. One of the key things that we're doing, which I'm quite excited about, is the integration of the different pieces of work. So we've had the Just Transition Finance Mechanism released. We have a good way of thinking. We've got a tagging system in place, which we are now incorporating into the finance mapping work. So this is really something innovative. We're bringing the different pieces together. You know, we were often asked every working group session by the stakeholders, tell us how this all fits together. So now we're showing how all of these different pieces fit together. So I'm quite excited to see how this progresses over the course of the year. The other big event that took place just a few weeks ago is the country platforms, which we've heard a lot about. And I've got some notes here from Deepak, so I'm going to now go through them. So one of the key things was to convene this session. It was really important. We had 130 representatives coming through. It was hosted by the DBSA, the Just Energy Transition PMU. So we have them on board as well as the DBSA. And it was hosted from the 24th to the 25th of February. And its messages and its recommendations were submitted to the Finance and Common Summit. And what is that? It is the body of about 2,000 public development banks across the world. So really an important session for us to get these recommendations through. And really what the country platform allowed us to do was the global South countries really came together to talk about what are the needs to get these country platforms off the ground? What are our capacity building needs? What are the things that we need to enable it, to make it successful? And so there was a very strong, meaningful exchange between the global South countries on country platforms, specifically relating to the JET IP. So that was really important. We have, you know, sort of the initial countries that were involved in the JET IP, which was Vietnam and Indonesia, and that was really the first generation. And now we have the second generation and the third generation coming through with Colombia, Brazil, and Egypt also having comprehensive country platforms. And they are interestingly incorporating nature as well as biodiversity and water and food nexus. So I think that's really critically important. And I think the important thing for us now to realize is how do we align this work to feed into the climate agenda? How do we incorporate all of these elements and really get this strongly through at the G20? It's a really important place for us to start articulating our climate needs as well as our finance climate needs, and then also at Brazil, given the importance of this COP coming up. So I'm going to stop there, Chair. I think there's some really important things going, but I think priorities is going to be a key issue.
I mean, we're getting ED a clear message from all the working groups. We're doing too many things. Please, can we do less with more focus? I mean, I think that's a very strong message. So we're giving you a mandate. I mean, I know you're going to be taking a fresh look at this. Obviously, the former ED was doing too many things, too busy. We're asking you to take a scalpel to it and prioritize and focus. So thank you for that, Charmini. And yeah, well done to the climate finance team with the meetings last week. I think the country platform exchange was an outstanding event and really did us proud as a country. And also, Jordan, well done to Cape Town for hosting the succession of finance and common and G20 meetings. I mean, it went off flawlessly and people gave amazing feedback about it. Makaseka, thank you for standing in as chair of the monitoring and evaluation working group. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So in the monitoring and evaluation working group, Obviously, the working group is focused on monitoring progress against the just transition. So currently we have three key initiatives that are running. I think the first one, we all know that government is one of the key stakeholders in terms of making sure that we progress on the just transition. So what we have done, we've looked at or we've reviewed government strategic plans, also annual performance plans. We've reviewed to date about 15 departments, just to see to what extent they've incorporated just transition in their plans. And we're working in collaboration with Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation. So I think initial findings, whilst most departments acknowledge just transition as the national priority, we couldn't really pick out clear, tangible targets in those plans. And I think this is worrying for us. There's really limited integration of just transition principle in most of the reviewed plans. So I think it's worrying for the PCC as well, because I think government is the key stakeholder. And if we're going to make progress, we would definitely like to see just transition activities clearly articulated in those plans. So I think on that work, where to from here, we would still like to work with government departments. We will work on a detailed engagement plan so that we can just help fast track embedding just transition within government departments. But we will also work with especially DPMU just for around capacity building, so that they are also in a position to be able to assist the departments in terms of incorporating just transition. I think the second key activity that we're busy with, I think the issue of Komati was raised earlier on. And the Commission would remember that late 2023, we adopted and publicized a report that looked at early lessons as well as recommendations on the Komati decommissioning and repurposing project. So what we are doing now, 15 months later, we are now going back. We've got an investigative study underway, just to look at the progress that has been made. I think following the study in 2023, we put together a work program of some sort to help fast track some of the issues that were raised as concerns. So we're going back now 15 months later to check to what extent those recommendations have been incorporated. So I think it seems like based on the available evidence, it seems like there is momentum. I think our initial report indicated that there were main issues around communication, transparency, and just coordination of the work around Komati. There were too many key stakeholders, doing different work in Komati. But now what we are seeing, there's a bit more coordination, planning, and communication. I think since then, there has been establishment of the Komati Stakeholder Forum. There is a monthly coordination group, and there are meetings happening. And we're seeing on the training front, there's been a couple of trainings, especially around renewable energy. There's been upskilling, and there's been training on the softer skills as well. We are seeing on the economic diversification as well. We're seeing some programs that are underway. There is a microgrid installation that is underway. But I think, however, the key concern is still around there isn't really tangible or concrete benefits on the ground. People are still not seeing jobs. livelihoods are still impacted. And I think that's where the frustration is around. And so where to from here? We are going to continue to engage key stakeholders, just so that we can also hear from them in terms of the investigation that we've conducted. Commissioners will be informed. We are planning to have another community engagement before we finalize our report. So we will definitely inform commissioners so that if you would like to participate in those engagements, you are welcome to do so. I think some of the key concerns currently, while there is a communication, it is improved and all of that, I think transparency around expectations versus what was communicated, where we are making changes, for example, in terms of scope of work that was initially communicated, we still need to improve on those aspects. So that all of those views and outcomes will be included in the report, and it will be shared with the commissioners. I think lastly, the other program that we're busy with, we are reviewing implementation of the recommendations to the 2022 floods and in KZN. And really, this is just trying to understand again to what extent eThekwini has responded to the key findings and recommendations that were made by various stakeholders on the eThekwini floods. And I think what we are finding is that, first, I think our approach is that we've got a twofold approach where we're looking at literature review, but the other leg is conducting interviews just to understand how the key stakeholders have responded to some of those recommendations. But what we are seeing is that there's still a lot of issues. I mean, if you look at some of the studies, including the one that was done by Wits University, these floods have been happening as far back as 2016. It's just that I think the 2022 flood was the most catastrophic. But we're still seeing a lot of issues around, you know, the ability to respond to some of these recommendations. There's a lot of systemic issues at the local level. So I think the city, what we are seeing, is not able to respond you know, quick enough. There's a lot of issues around disaster management as well that impact the city's ability to respond to some of these challenges. But that we are wrapping up on the interviews currently, and we should have a draft report end of March. And that draft, I think it will also be shared with the commissioners so that we can deliberate on it. I think lastly,
Good.
Chair, there was an international workshop.
Louise is now going to say that I'm giving you preference over her.
Last sentence.
Since I haven't cut you.
We had our secretariat participating in the international monitoring workshop in Cape Town, and we are certain that the insights from that workshop will help improve our monitoring tools. Thank you, Chair.
No, well done. So, Commissioner Peake, I recognize your hand. We just need to do a procedural matter. So, we currently don't have a chair for the monitoring and evaluation working group. And as a commission, we need to appoint a chair for the remainder of the year. And I'm wondering, Mapaseka, whether you would be willing to formally accept that responsibility. By acclamation. It's decided by acclamation. Thank you for taking that on. Bobby?
Sorry, I know we pressed for time, so just a couple of issues. It's interesting to recognize that disaster management comes through all the reports. I think there has to be a discussion around prevention. Flooding has happened in Durban every year, not just in 2022. It was just flooded recently. Quite frankly, personally, I was affected again recently. So it's really not a laughing matter. It's really serious for everybody. We will assist Ms. Lekela to help you engage with people on the ground. I think, you know, one of our core positions as Life After Coal is that local government departments must reorientate their plans to just transition rather than increasing debt and looking for money. We have a constitution, deliver on the constitution, you'll deliver on just transition. I mean, that has been our mantra for some time now. I'm just shifting focus on Komati. I think, thank you for being there, Ms. Lekela, on the Komati process. We must strengthen our engagement with Komati. It's good to know that the stakeholder forum is working. The PCC needs to continue this work, including its coordination function, to support the communities in Komati and expand it, because we still have another, 10 power stations to go. We must avoid the mistakes that happen at Komati. Yeah, you're right, Luis. Komati moved without there being a proper plan for Komati. And Comrade Mbodi is clear that Komati should not be off this commission's agenda, and it must stay alive. So let's strengthen that work, and let's find ways of helping the commission, both as commissioners and any outside forces that can get us over this Komati process. Thank you.
I'm coming to you, Mbulaheni, and Joanne, I recognize your hand. So David, just for your information, so Komati is shorthand for, so it was the first decommissioning of a power station.
Sorry, Deputy Chair. I think it wasn't the first decommissioning. It closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But of this recent era, so the decision to close it was taken in 2017. So it's and it wasn't closed for climate reasons. It was closed for operational reasons. But we've used it as a little bit of a test case for how should decommissions happen going forward. So every time they mention Komati, that's what they're referring to. Joanne and Mbulaheni.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the eThekwini issue. I do think that there is a very big challenge that we have in relation to mainstreaming climate considerations into our infrastructure plans. We have a national infrastructure plan 2050 that to some extent talks about what is required. But I do think that something that should be going onto the monitoring and evaluation agenda of the Commission going forward is some kind of much bigger assessment of the extent to which that actually has been taken on board in the way that the system unfolds and what needs to be done. I know there is work that was done a number of years ago. I suspect it's all sitting on shelves. But I think some kind of initial desktop analysis would be a very important thing to start to inform the way that municipal budgets are actually spent and what can be done with both maintenance and capex. Thanks.
We're going to come back to these issues in the disaster management discussion. And we do have Councillor Nkosi, who heads the SALGA working group covering these issues. So we're going to grapple with these issues in a little bit more detail now. Mbulaheni?
Thank you. I think we shouldn't wait too long before we begin to see fruits of just transition on the ground. It will be very, very difficult to convince the people what we're doing when there is no benefit going to them, workers and working people and the poor, because 55% of our population is poor. There should be some moving of the needle there. If there is none, then we can't have a reputational we can't give clarity to the questions that are being asked whether this thing moves a needle on poverty, unemployment, and inequality. But I think what is very important is the issue of the skills versus the diversification of the economy. One believes that the diversification of the economy will come with some total of new skills, and maybe also some other all the skills that are there already. But with a little bit of skills audit, you will be able to know what are the skills we need and work on that, so that we do not have to mention certain skills which are soft, which do not address anything, or as even harder skills which do not address what is needed. So I think we need to go very hard on this one, because labor, it's very difficult to stand in a general meeting and explain yourself to what looks very good in paper, but it's not forthcoming as clear outlines of what is to happen to jobs and livelihoods. I think that is very, very key to do. There's a lot of work there to be done, because there's quite a lot of uncertainty there with regards to what are the things that are going to happen to skills and reskilling and jobs and livelihoods. Thanks.
So, Edie, just in response to Commissioner Peake's intervention, I wonder if you could take a look at the PCC's ongoing role in Komati. I mean, I think the current plan, it was seen as a limited intervention, and the PCC would be exiting its coordination role and handing that over to Eskom and the other actors to basically take forward. And it might be useful for you to also consult with Commissioner Niati, who is the chair of Eskom on this matter, and just work out a strategy that goes forward. I mean, we don't want to be prematurely exiting if it's not ready. Commissioner Niati?
Yeah, I suggest that in line with Commissioner Mbodi's recommendation that we keep Komati on the agenda, I suggest that we actually ask Eskom, meaning me, to continue to be giving updates in these meetings around Komati. Yeah.
That would be completely appropriate. And I mean, also to note Mbulaheni's plea for the work at the other power stations to be also brought to this commission. I mean, maybe we could do a little bit of a feature on that in our next meeting.
Yeah, we would welcome that.
Joanne?
Thank you. And maybe just from the side of the JET PMU, because I think quite a lot of the work about the next power station links to the funds that are allocated under the climate investment funds. We would offer here to support Eskom in relation to that and be able to also report on the financing. Thanks.
Good. I think that would make for a very interesting discussion, because we'll have the M&E report, we'll have the Eskom report, we'll have the JET input, and I think it would make for a very robust engagement. Gideon, finance and governance.
Okay, Deputy Chair, Commissioners, Sir David, and other attendees. Dora, I'm not sure if the acting Executive Director, Blessing, in his handover to you, informed you about the Finance and Governance Committee, but there are unconfirmed rumors in the corridors of NEDLAC that that event happens once a quarter. Apparently, it's the most stressful but energizing event in the calendar for the Secretariat. So I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, but it gives me great pleasure to give you assurance that that meeting indeed took place in February. There is a detailed report that will go on record that I have no intention to go into, but maybe in context, it is important to note that that report covers the topics of performance objectives for the Commission, We're looking at finance, the budget that we all talk about, the HR matters, people matters, also the organizational development governance, and then the risks that faces the Commission. So all of that's there. And what is also encouraging to see, most of them, if not all, have been covered in the Executive Director's report. And some of that, particularly the focus that Crispian and that we're getting to in section 5 on this agenda, will get the attention. So I'm going to conclude with that and maybe then highlight the 2 risks and maybe emphasize and repeat. So one of the 2 is the finance, the budget, and we've talked about that. And maybe I can try and put a different perspective on that. We've talked about it, and I think everyone realizes the importance of focus. I wouldn't say reprioritize, because everything has been already prioritized. And if I could, I would like to maybe leave the analogy. It is the role of this Commission, and what will be determined is the importance if you focus, if you through a different lens, and everyone's got different lenses. So will this Commission use a telescope lens? In other words, looking far, or do you want to focus through a microscope? Both are important. Those perspectives, we all know that. But given constrained resources, the success of this Commission will be determined going forward is which one's appropriate when. And that's, I want to leave that with a focus around that. And then lastly, about a year ago, you all looked at me funny, I know that. You might have tried very hard to use your poker faces when we started raising the risk of succession planning. And I want to say to you, if I look to my left here, the evidence sitting there, the mitigating controls worked. We have a new deputy chair. We have a new executive director. So that's why these things are important, that we raise it, that we get focus on it. You've seen in Blessing's report, the next big focus is the commissioners. We've talked about that. There's also focus on that, and hopefully at the next commission meeting, what I've asked for is sort of a flight plan. When does what happen, so that we don't end up one meeting and they're just new faces or no faces. So I want to conclude with this, Chair. And then once I have those rumors confirmed, it will be a great pleasure for me to present it here as fact. But at the moment, they're untested, and we hope to continue. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So, colleagues, that brings us to the end of the working group reports, and I want to thank all of the chairs for so ably leading their working groups, you can see there's an enormous amount of activity taking place. I do also want to thank in particular the strategic advisors, Deepak, Desigan, and Steve, that have been shepherding those working groups and really contributing to their achievements to date. And we'll be saying farewell to them formally. I mean, there is, as part of this broad handover, their contracts have also come to an end at the end of March. The ED is looking at what kind of strategic advice needs to be brought in going forward. So there's also a little bit of a transition period at that point. But we'll be coming back to formally thank them at the end of the meeting. So we're turning to Sir David, and I want to first ask Professor Imran Valodia to introduce him. So Imran, for those of you that don't know, is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of a long title that I can never get right, but it includes climate and inequality. It's basically, I look at him as Wits having a just transition portfolio. And there's language in his title which I think would send Donald Trump into a frenzy of an apoplectic fit. And just to say, you know, we've had an informal partnership with the Wits University. I mean, apart from the fact that they're doing some very important research for us on skills and inequality and social support, but Imran also runs this program of bringing leading global thinkers to South Africa. So I think you'll all recall Amitav Ghosh's visit to South Africa last year. That was Imran's doing. And he very kindly makes these experts that he brings out available to us as well. So we owe him a huge debt of gratitude. And I'm going to ask Imran to formally introduce Sir David to us.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Chairperson. So it's a great pleasure for us at Wits University and kind of for me personally to say a few words to introduce one of our most kind of illustrious alumni. So Professor Sir David King is an internationally renowned leader in climate change research and climate change action. He's kind of emeritus professor at the University of Cambridge, the chair of the Climate Crisis Advisory Group, which is a group of international experts who work on climate change, and he's the founder of the Center for Climate Repair at Cambridge. Professor Sir David is a South African by birth. He was born in Durban, and he completed his PhD at the University of the Witwatersrand, where he earned his PhD in chemistry in the early 1960s. Kind of at that time, while he was doing his PhD, he was also involved in kind of in a number of activities kind of related to the fight against the apartheid system in South Africa. As many of you know these stories, he was among those who was kind of detained and taken to the famous John Foster Square, to the 7th floor, where he was kind of asked either to leave South Africa or kind of face a long prison sentence for the work that he was doing in the kind of in the anti-apartheid work. He chose to leave South Africa kind of as soon as his PhD was done, and he had an extremely illustrious academic career at kind of a number of leading universities in the UK. He's published over 500 scientific papers in some of the world's leading journals in his field. Besides his academic kind of achievements, he's had a number of outstanding achievements in the kind of areas of science advice and science policy, and especially climate change science and climate change policy. He was the UK government's chief scientific officer from 2000 to 2007, and he played a leading role in kind of shaping the UK's kind of scientific policies on climate change. He served two kind of prime ministers, that's Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. kind of as their science advisors, where he really advanced a number of global initiatives around climate change. So we're really pleased to kind of have Sir David visiting South Africa and being hosted by the University of the Witwatersrand for this week. And I'm sure you'll all agree when you hear him that it's really fantastic for us in South Africa to have one of the leading kind of scientists in climate change in South Africa, kind of sharing his views with academics and with policy institutions such as yourselves. I'll pass it back to you then.
Thank you, Imran, and very good to have you with us, Sir David. We look forward to your input.
As you might imagine, this is a very great honor for me to be addressing you, but it's more than a great honor. I'm feeling quite emotional about being back home. So thank you very much. What I do want to say, and I've got a slide presentation, what I do want to say is the world is in a very, very challenging situation today. And how do we cope with that situation when the President of the United States withdraws from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, withdraws from the commitments made by his country back in 2015? What is our response to that? And I think we really have to reframe our positions. And I will come and back and talk about what South Africa might do in the context of the international community. But let me right away say, your weight on the international scene is way beyond what you might imagine. You might know that your president has just issued a statement, which he's issued together with the president of Brazil and the Prime Minister of Spain. And that statement on multilateralism is an immediate response to the position taken up by President Trump. Now that is just one illustration. You're heading the G20. You've rolled this all out. South Africa is in a very key position. I just want to emphasize that. So what you do is going to have an impact on the world. And let me say this, and I will repeat it later. There's a group of willing countries, and I'm now traveling around the world trying to talk to that group, who are making significant commitments in their new NDCs. And it's the British Prime Minister has taken the leading role on this subsequent to Trump's election. The British Prime Minister has stated that we will reduce our emissions not by 80% by 2050, not by net zero. We're going to reduce our emissions by, strange number, 81% by 2035. So what we're doing is going beyond our previous commitment. And by the way, we deliver. When I joined Blair, we were at something like 12.5 tons per person of emissions in Britain, quite high. Today we're at 6. And that was all delivered by persuading Tony Blair to take a leadership role on that. And what he said to me is, we're only 2% of global emissions. Why we can't manage this program on our own? This might sound familiar to you. What I said to him was, if we want to act properly, we have to do what we expect every country to do. And that strengthens our negotiations. And I became the chief negotiator for Britain for that 2015 meeting. So all I'm setting the scenes here saying is what each country does, others will look at and take the cue from them. And South Africa is now up there. You're very visible in that NDC that is coming up. Now, my slide presentation, I ought to start going through it. I've mentioned the UNFCCC. So that agreement in Paris was a flawed agreement. And I was one of those behind the flaw.
right? So I'm just going to say that. In 2009, we couldn't get an agreement precisely because President Obama could not sign an agreement which would be a top-down directive to the people of America in terms of what emissions reductions they should make, because he didn't have a Congress and Senate majority to back him. He could only take decisions if it was up to the United States. That's the origin of nationally determined contributions, which is very weak because a new prime minister comes in and jettisons the promises made by a previous prime minister. So what we have is a situation where there isn't a global picture of what needs to be done. It's up to each country. That's a very challenging situation for the world, and the world is now in a very challenging situation. So what we have, and I've already commented on this, is the position of the United States taking on this role. I believe the role that each country must take now is to demonstrate to the world we mean action on climate change. The United States will join us in 4 or 5 years' time. It's not for us to take a position behind the United States, but to take a leadership role ahead of them. My next point is really, what is the current state of the global climate system? And here, the news is actually not very good. So let me start with, where are emissions today? And I think many people would say we're at 427 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And that figure is absolutely correct. But if you add methane, in particular methane, into the picture, we're at 530 parts per million. What was the pre-industrial level? 275. So the global picture is that we have effectively doubled the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Now, the picture I give you is, imagine that you're in bed at night and you've got a thin duvet over you and you're feeling nice, your temperature's right, and somebody puts another duvet over you. You get too warm. That's what's happening to the planet. As we absorb more of our radiated heat into the atmosphere by putting more greenhouse gases there, we are absorbing more energy into our atmosphere, and the temperature's going up, and the weather systems of the world are changing. And I'm saying that with some emphasis because that is the drama of local events, as we've just been hearing, the floods, etc. So where does this lead to in terms of temperature rise? Well, the temperature rise, according to the last official IPCC report, is 1.2 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial level. That's a backward-looking number. That's the average over the last 10 years before that report. So we're looking at the past into the 1.2 figure. And what this is showing is that the temperature rise is now approaching, it looked like 1.3, 1.4 degrees above the pre-industrial level. This is before the last 3 years, and I'm going to show you the result of that in a moment. But the temperature rise is non-uniform. So these pictures of the globe, the planet here, the dark colors indicate where the temperature rise is much higher. The North Pole region, the Arctic Circle, is now heating up at 4 times the rate of the global average. And if you extrapolate forward to the end of the century on current behavior, we can expect Western Europe to be 5 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial level. So we're looking at land masses heating up faster than the average for the whole planet. So we've just got to remember this figure of 1.3, 1.4 is an underestimate. So the North Pole region, I need to say a little word about this. This is one of the things that is threatening us. We all know what I've just been explaining about the effect of greenhouse gases, but what about the effect of albedo, the effect of the reflectivity of the Earth's surface to sunlight? If you've got ice, the reflectivity is close to 100%. If you've got a blue sea, it's close to absorbing 100%. So what's happening at the North Pole is that the ice that's been covering it for millions of years has been effectively lost during the summer, during the polar summer. And so we're seeing a great expanse of Arctic Sea exposed to sunlight. I'm going to comment on a member of the Climate Crisis Advisory Group. I'm speaking as chairman of that group, by the way. Tero Mustonen, who lives in northern Finland, he's our Scandinavian expert on climate change, but he's a representative of the Sami people who've lived for thousands of years on the permafrost. I spoke to him in April 2021. Got 2 dates I'm going to give you in that 1 year. April 2021, what's the local temperature? He said, Dave, up here, you wouldn't believe it. It's minus 30, it's pretty cold. What would it normally be? Minus 15. So he was just going through a very cold patch. I spoke to him in July, end of July, the same year. Now the sun has arrived at the North Pole. He said the temperature today is plus 32, a 60 degrees centigrade temperature rise. Now what happens is that blue sea soaks up sunshine. The air above it is warm, very warm. And if the wind is blowing to where he lives, you get these very high temperatures. It's quite frightening because the climate systems of the world are dependent on what happens around the two poles. In 2023, the North Pole region lost half of its ice that is in the sea. So the Antarctica was surrounded by ice in the ocean. Half of it was lost in 1 year. Now that ice protects the ice on land. And I'm afraid this is a story that is telling us we're going to lose that ice on land. Now, Greenland is now losing ice at the rate of 30 million tons an hour. Our estimate 25 years ago was that it was losing 50 million tons a year. So it's accelerating. Where does that ice end up? It ends up in the ocean. Ocean sea levels just from ice leaving land since 2000 have risen by 2 centimeters. Global average ocean levels have risen by 2 centimeters just from ice melting. But the sea levels are also rising in temperature. And as the sea it gets warmer, it expands. And that's the reason sea levels are rising even much more than 2 centimeters over that period. All right, so what I'm saying is we're already in a very, very difficult place. It is possible that without intervention, we are going to see irreversible transformation ahead of us. In other words, I'm saying, even if we hit net zero emissions tomorrow, all of these things might now be in train. I'm going to come back to that point in a moment. Now, this is what's happened since 2021, that year I was talking about. So each line on this curve represents between January and December each year, the average temperature for the whole planet. This is data that is produced by a European organization that is very well funded to deliver this for the whole planet. And you see each line rising and rising as we've gone through the period of the last 50 years. You see it there. And then we come to the present time. So 2023, the temperature rise was enormous. There was no climate scientist predicting this would happen. And the problem is the climate models don't include what I'm talking about with the change of the reflection of the surface of the Earth. We're only looking at greenhouse gas level. 2023, people said, well, that's an El Nino year. We would normally expect a sudden rise in an El Nino year. And we can find them if we look at the data there in the black. But an El Nino year never produced a rise of that magnitude. And of course, it's followed by a La Nina year where it goes the other way. But we see 2024 still up there. Where's 2025? Well, I've got the figure for January 2025, 1.75 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial level. And those numbers there for 2023 and 2024, above 1.5. So that commitment made in Paris, if at all possible, stay below 1.5, we've already gone past it. Now that doesn't mean we just give up. I am not saying that, and I never will say that. We don't give up. We see a wall in front of us. We have to find a way around it. So there's got to be a way forward, and I will say a little bit about that. These extreme weather events that we're experiencing around the world have become more extreme over the last few years, right? So these floods, whether we are looking in KwaZulu-Natal or whether we're looking in southern Brazil, the worst floods in the world were in southern Brazil, where the biggest city in that region was completely flooded, cars just floating away out of the city. They have never experienced anything like that. These changes in the global weather system are precisely driven by what's happening over the North Pole region, and it's happening around the world. Why is this? Because there's a wind. Because the Earth is spinning, there's a wind around the North Pole region and around the South Pole, but let me focus on the North Pole. There's a wind which we call the jet stream. And because of the warming around the North Pole, that jet stream is massively distorted. And that distortion is leading to very hot weather in some cases. So, for example, in British Columbia in Canada, there's a town called Lytton. They experienced a temperature rise over a 2-week period to 49.6 degrees centigrade in Canada. Nobody in that town had any defenses against heat. Why would you have air conditioning in Canada? It's blooming cold there, right? And so 135 people died of heat stress in this very upper middle class town. And then the forest around the town was drying out, caught fire, and the town was destroyed. So I'm telling you, this happened in British Columbia in Canada. This is warm air coming up from the tropics into that region because of this big bulge of cold air being pushed down by what's happening in the North Pole. So what we're seeing is extreme weather events, meaning we're seeing weather in all parts of the world that is not what we were expecting. So, and loss and damage. If I just take the Los Angeles fire, which was definitely a climate-driven event. That Los Angeles fire is estimated to have caused about, let me give it a number, $100 billion loss. Right. And of course, many of those houses would be insured. They will never get insurance again in that region. Right. So it's a real loss of value to those owners of those houses, even if they get recovery in their funds. But I am going to say that the loss and damage around the world is going to be enormous. Now, we've got a bunch of actuaries in the City of London who act for the insurance and particularly the reinsurance industry. So we're the center in London of the global reinsurance industry. And these actuaries have got together because these are the experts on risk analysis, not scientists like myself. I like to be right in my prediction. These guys look at low probability events. And so they've done an analysis. I've been pushing them on this for some time. They've done an analysis which shows here in red is their most recent analysis of the global risk, the global loss in infrastructure due to these extreme weather events going forward in time to 2100. You'll see that we're talking about a global loss which is 50% of the global infrastructure being lost over this period of time. So there's the kind of challenges we're looking at. The country of Vietnam, 85% of the country is very close to sea level. That country was created by silt brought down by a river. That wonderful big delta has got the biggest rice paddy fields in the world, third biggest rice producer in the world. It's going to be under seawater at least once a year. 85% of the landmass of Vietnam by 2050, just 25 years from now. We are looking at global challenges in food production on a massive scale. Indonesia, already the city of Jakarta and the northern part of the city is round the year flooded by seawater. They're moving the capital away from Jakarta. So what we're looking at is challenges around the world. I'm making it sound as if we're in a very difficult position. Yeah, we are, but we can manage it. All right, so the Climate Crisis Advisory Group has got a 4R planet solution. I hope you accept 4R meaning it's for our planet. So the 4Rs, the first is reduce. Every country has to reduce more than they have been doing in the past, reducing emissions. So this is the basis of the British Prime Minister's commitment to 81% reduction. By the way, why 81 and not 80? That's because we have a climate change committee of Parliament, which is a group of experts who've shown the Prime Minister how we can achieve that. Just as we showed how we could achieve that, we are now at 55% reduction compared with where we were back in 1990. And that was all followed by this group of experts who report to Parliament and also tell Parliament how well or badly they're doing in terms of delivery. I believe we will deliver, but we are trying to set an example to the rest of the world. And if the rest of the world doesn't follow through, we're not going to manage this. Now, the second R and the third R, I'm going to say this is not the job of countries like South Africa. This is where the wealthier countries of the world need to step in, remove excess greenhouse gases. We're at 530 parts per million. Please do count in methane, right? We've got far too much up there. There's no carbon budget left. We need to remove that excess of greenhouse gases. Today, we're adding 50 billion tons of greenhouse gases, close on 50, including methane, per annum into the atmosphere. We need to be removing as much as we can. We'll never remove that amount per year, but we might be able to remove 20 billion tons a year. And we're only looking at policies and programs that would remove per program at least 1 billion tons a year. That's a massive challenge to remove that excess greenhouse gases. But I believe we can do it, and we have to achieve it. How long will it take? To the end of the century, probably. Is it worthwhile? Of course it is. We want humanity to have a future. So let's go to the third R. This is to buy time. How do we repair those parts of the climate system that are tipping, like the North Pole region? And this means a program of work to see if we can return that region to its original ice state. We want to cover the Arctic Sea with ice. That means reflecting sunlight away from the Arctic Sea region during the 3 polar summer months when the sun leaves the southern hemisphere and comes back up to us in the northern hemisphere. Right, so we are looking at every possible mechanism for reflecting sunlight over this very large region for a period of 3 months every year. But that's, again, let me stress, I would accept that this is the job of the wealthier nations of the world. Resilience. We've already heard about adaptation and what a challenge that is. Every city, every region, every province, every state has to have a resilience policy. So the first R and the fourth R are your business. We need to see South Africa really contributing on both. Resilience is extremely challenging. I don't believe there's a single city in the world that has a full resilience policy. I'm going to give one exception. So the Climate Crisis Advisory Group has done some work for the C40 group. The group of biggest cities in the world is now, I think, 98 cities, not 40. And looking at different cities to see how well they're performing against the resilience challenge. And I think the best outcome is Shanghai, where they have a no regrets policy. Right, so if Shanghai is faced with sea level rise, which they are, they have already put in place the largest water pumps in the world. I've seen those water pumps, amazing. So if the city is faced with flooding, they just pump the water away. However, you can only do that up to a certain extent. So we're talking about building a wall around the city. So what do? They don't build a wall, they build the base of the wall under the water, so that when they need the wall, they can then build it on the foundations that they put in. You don't frighten the public by building a great big wall around the city. Now, when we go to New York, the New York people, they suffered a terrible flood, Hurricane Davis in 2012. The city was vacated. You know when a hurricane is approaching for some period before. So they didn't have a loss of life, massive loss and damage. So the city got in, the US Army Corps of Engineers. Sorry, am I overdoing that? Right. So I will finish in a moment. The city got in the US Army Corps of Engineers to advise them what to do. 4 years later, the city received their report saying, you need to build a wall around your city. And the city is still, they don't want to build a wall. They're still discussing alternatives. Now, there is no time. Right? So I think my most important message, you've got to take a helicopter view of where you are, decide where you need to be, and then decide how you deliver. There's no point saying, we can't do that. You need to decide in advance, what are you going to deliver, and then see how to deliver it. Right, we're all in that position now. So let me run through quickly. Methane abatement is a big issue for South Africa. You have methane emissions from every coal mine, whether it's been shut down or is still going. Mpumalanga will probably shut down. Is that a nasty thing to say? You are going to run out of coal there, but there's a lot of coal elsewhere. But every coal mine is emitting methane. And we know how much is coming from South Africa because there's a satellite designed to pick up methane emission points around the world. And you are emitting quite a bit. It's not too difficult to stop methane emissions. You can either use the stuff to burn to make electricity, or you can burn it, because methane is 120 times as efficient as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So if you burn the methane, you're much better off than just letting the methane run into the atmosphere. Actions for South Africa, and I need to just stress this a little bit. First of all, what is interesting? An opinion poll published in Nature Climate Science late last year, a global opinion poll broken down country by country. Do you think your country ought to be doing action on climate change to reduce emissions? 85% of the global population say yes, we do. Right, so there's no question the population. What's the population? What's the result for the United States? 79%. All right, so what I'm saying is this is an issue where global populations understand the nature of the challenge. I believe, and here I'm going to jump to develop an integrated plan to switch to clean energy sources with a timeline. And that integrated plan, and I was involved heavily in the British plan, so I know what this involves. You can't just say, let's go to renewables. We have to figure out how much solar you can have. Sun doesn't shine at night, so that's a daytime electricity supply source. How much wind you can have. Where have you got your major wind sources? I know the Eastern Province has a lot of wind. And that's where you have to go strongly, because the wind tends to blow right around the year in those areas. The UK has an oversupply at night. What are we doing with that oversupply at night? Charging electric vehicles. Right, so it doesn't mean we have to add new electricity to the grid. We're charging electric vehicles when there's an oversupply from the wind supply from our offshore wind. If we just take that integrated policy, it's a timeline policy and it spreads the energy source. You've got hydropower, you're talking about nuclear energy, and I don't want to get bogged down in your discussion about nuclear energy. I know there's special problems there, but you need, for example, of course you need a just transition. Of course the workers in the coal mines and their communities need to be re-skilled, retrained, etc. All of that is time-taking. But why not put another 20 gigawatts of electricity onto your grid as soon as possible with renewables, continuing to put coal on, to use coal to produce electricity. That's the end of blackouts. Right? It's going to be a massive driver for your economy, because what is the cheapest form of electricity being produced around the world today? It's from renewables. It's not from coal. The cheapest form of electricity around the world now is from renewables. It's not going to cost your economy anything to make this transition, quite the reverse. Now, every country needs an excess of electricity on their grid because you want to deal with spikes of demand. And we have a significant excess of electricity on our grid, and we never see a blackout in any region. That gives our economy a real chance to grow. South Africa oughtn't to be looking at a 1 to 1.5% growth. Surely you should be looking at 6 to 7% growth. Africa has 8 of the fastest growing economies in the world. Right? And I think South Africa should be leading the way, not standing back. So maybe I've said enough. I just want to run through this little list. I can barely read it myself. Create a strategic move away from methane. That's an easy win. That's an easy win to reduce your emissions. Please lead Africa and the global south. Now, what I mean by this is there are other southern countries willing to act. China, for example, very much up there. Brazil, of course, with their COP meeting coming this year. Work with Brazil, with China, with Indonesia, Colombia, Kenya. Kenya's now got 90% of its electricity from renewables, much, much cheaper than they had before. All right, so work with these other progressive countries, Indonesia, Colombia, Ghana. These are countries you can work with to create a groundswell of move towards cutting back on emissions. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Some remarkable insights there, and very valuable. I'm going to open it up for discussions and contributions. Louise.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Sir David King, for gracing us with your insights. I want to speak to the solar radiation modification stuff you're talking about. This is technology that, is very out there at the moment, but could rapidly develop. What is essential is that we develop the global governance of such technologies ahead of their deployment, because you could get a neighboring country reflecting the heat of the sun into a different country. I know it's not scientifically totally accurate, but they could. Yeah, but you could be having independent action by countries to the deleterious impact on others. So I think we need to work on that global governance of that stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you a chance to come back at the end. Let's just take any other hands and inputs. Oh, Boitumelo.
Sure, thank you.
Sure.
I've been trying to do that actually. Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Sir David King. My questions, well, really, I'd like us to have reflections, and I think Joanne raised it earlier in relation to the whole US financing and etc. So, what are the actual implications of the US withdrawing from the Paris Agreement for us? Maybe if we can, probably as the PCC as well, have a broader analysis and assessment of what this means. But you do touch on it a bit in your presentation, and perhaps you can give us reflections on what you think on that. Also on the loss and damage element of your presentation, in my participation in the UNFCCC processes, they don't really speak about the loss and damage funding. They speak about the Secretariat of the Loss and Damage Fund, but not really how it is that the Loss and Damage Fund is going to work and how these funds are going to be dispersed. And we are seeing in South Africa And it's not just in KZN, just on Wednesday in Johannesburg West, we saw absolute flooding in various parts of the West Rand. So this is a need for us to actually consider what loss and damage means and how it is that we are going to disperse these funds so that people are not left to destitute after climate impacts. So yes, how do we address this also, Deputy Chair, on the level of us domestically? How are we going to be able to incorporate the municipalities to form part of this so that they are the ones actually at the forefront of ensuring that we are assisting people when it comes to the impacts of climate change? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Boitumelo. Bobby, and then Brandon.
So David, thank you very much for that. Yeah, you know, hearing these things for years, but hearing them so crisp is really shocking. In terms of removal, it's not our job as the Global South. But isn't there the reality that due to issues such as offsets, that it actually impacts upon us? And so it impacts upon people's survival on the ground because the North wants this. And so how do we deal with that reality?
Thank you for that, Brandon. And Temi, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Sir David. The two R's in the middle, repair, and the other one you said were perhaps the responsibility of the developed world. What are your thoughts on the prospects of that happening? Because we see it COP after COP that money never really comes up. And then there's a growing movement that says the money that's needed for all these actions resides within the emitters, within the fossil fuel industry, for example. And we're starting to see some super funds develop where emitters are levied to be able to pay for loss and damage and adaptation expenses. Do you see that growing and having any success in the future?
Right, thank you. Penny?
Thank you very much, Sir David King. In your presentation, you spoke about the US possibly coming back to the Paris Agreement after 4 years, right? And saying that things will not really change much in that space between now and that 4 years, right? But from what we're seeing already, they have withdrawn from a lot of the funding, such as your loss and damage, and also the Jet IP partnership. Those have, implication for South Africa and other countries. Now, it also means that you would have to have more countries, developed countries, forking more to assist in such as the loss and damage fund and your Jet IP. So you said, what would that mean for South Africa per se? Thanks.
Great. I'm going to pass it back to you, to Sir David. So some interesting questions there.
Thank you, Crispian. So there are few of the questions have covered the issue of finance, and I understand that they are critical. And I do also understand that the international community has been awful at delivering on funds to cover loss and damage, funds to cover the cost of the transition. I just have to say, this is one of the very sad things about the UNFCCC. We promised back in 2008 $100 billion a year. We've never achieved that. It's always been, has the private sector contributed some of it? That was intended to be public funds moving from the developed world to the developing world. And we're just sadly in a situation where the northern countries have not been delivering. I can't say much more than that. We are now, to be honest, it's been updated since COP21. We have, in the most recent COP meeting, come much closer to the development of a proper loss and damage fund. The fund should be available with the United States, we are expecting, will remove its commitment, but nevertheless, there's a significant fund there. South Africa has to prepare a strong case to go in for that money and to do it quickly. I'm going to tell you, I worked closely with the government of Rwanda back in 2010, where Rwanda was the first country in the world. I worked with them for a year with 8 people. First country in the world with a green growth and climate resilience strategy in every department of government. And Rwanda got that first bit of money out of Seoul when that fund was based in South Korea. And this tiny little country in Africa got the biggest grant because they were all set up to put that in. This isn't just going to happen to South Africa. You're going to have to put a very good bid in for that funding. Now, the question of solar radiation management, that is a very important question. And of course, I was nodding. We need an international process to agree. I am backing strongly the ability to imitate natural processes such as how are white clouds formed over the ocean? And quite simply, I know how they're formed, and most scientists do. When there's a bit of a storm at sea, you create tiny droplets of water, and those tiny droplets of water in sunshine get picked up by the warm air moving up. You form a cloud of salt crystals which attract water, and then you make a white cloud. Now, we know we only make a white cloud if the droplets are the right size. So we now have a big program at Cambridge determining how we can create droplets of the right size. If they're too big, you make a black cloud and it comes down again. We've got to make white cloud cover over the whole of that region. What is this going to cost to deliver when we get to that point? And when we've got global permission, it's going to cost billions of dollars. What's the cost of loss and damage today globally? Up to about $500 billion. Right, so this is a minimal cost to give us time to create a manageable future for humanity. So I thank you for the question. It is really important to have international program to understand what the proper legal process. But remember what I'm saying, there's no time. We have to move extremely quickly to get these processes through. We can discuss them endlessly, or we can take that helicopter view I'm talking about and do it now. We really have to move quickly. I think I can't comment on municipalities, of course, and how that program would get money. If you get, for South Africa, a big sum of money, it's going to come in a lump to the government, and it's up to you how that is distributed, of course. Offsets, what an interesting, that was a word. Who mentioned that word? Offset? Right. Bobby, offsets is a big challenge, and the group I lead has put out a paper on the offsets and the program there. I don't like the phrase offsets. I would like to see northern companies making contributions to the south to manage this transition process, but to count it as an offset, saying, yes, we can go on emitting, but we're giving offsets to the developing world, is just counterproductive. So however, we don't want to switch off this train of money. So for example, a fair bit comes into Africa. We don't want to switch that off. So we've put out a very carefully worded document which has gone to all of the companies operating with offsets. It's very important that we continue to see that flow of money from the private sector in the north to countries in the south to manage the transition. I think the other comments I've probably covered.
No, good. Thank you for that. So I'm gonna, I think, leave it at that point. There's an unanswered question which I'm gonna have to take up with you privately. I still want to know why the security police threw you out the country. But I don't think that's for public consumption. I do want to say, Edie, so I had a chat with Sir David before this meeting, and through his organization, the Climate Crisis Advisory Group, they willing to keep the engagement going, and he's offered to support us in a couple of areas of our work. So if you could maybe pick up the conversation and see how you want to take that forward. Thank you for that offer, Sir David. It's very generous of you. And yeah, to really, on behalf of this commission, thank you for your insights. You know, of that list you put up there, I think all of your 6 items we are working on. Including the man, by the way, sitting next to you, who is very actively working on how we transition our energy system in a managed way over time. I think the one area that we are not focusing enough on is the methane side. And you've really, I think, thank you for putting that on the agenda. It's something we need to think a little bit more about. How we've had this focus on CO2, but I think you're accurately drawing our attention to the whole greenhouse gas stack and the different components of it. And I think that's an area for further work and engagement. So on that note, we're going to break for tea, and we reconvene at 11. Louise, why are you and Deepak chatting like that? So this next part of the discussion is very important. We are looking at what do we want to do for the remainder of our term. And we've heard the message from all of you this morning. Fewer but better. More focus, less busyness. I want to make it's an open discussion, but what I did ask was for Dora to just summarize what's been coming out of the working group. So I know all of the working groups discussed your priorities for the year. And when you assemble it all, it makes quite an intimidating list. So Dora's going to run through that as well as give some reflections from the Commission's breakaway session last year. So I just want to recap what happened there, and I'm going to hand over to you, Dora.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we have the slides up, please? Yes. Key priorities for 2025. So this is mainly just a short presentation synthesizing the discussions that the commissions had in the breakaway and how we really see the rest of the term looking like, which would then obviously set the tone for the next term as we prepare to hand over to the next set of commissioners. Just to re-emphasize that we are very clear that PCC is a catalyst for change in the space with 3 categories in mind: provision of insight, so that's mainly tangible, scientifically sound evidence, and we really move to build on this category. The main issue is that you want anybody from anywhere in the world or any sector of the economy, if they want reliable, non-aligned climate information, they must look to the PCC. So the insight issue, inclusion, so the whole consensus building work that we will continue doing, as well as impact, ensuring that we are influencing policy and we are influencing interventions, but as well as in terms of what the working groups were presenting, the issues around monitoring, being very sure and decisive, and that the work that we have directed is happening and being able to track that. It actually feels so great to present stuff that you were not there when it was done and do it with such confidence. But so we are now entering phase 3 of the PCC's growth trajectory. The foundations were laid between 21 and 22, 23 to 24, capabilities strengthened. I mean, you can even see not just with the work that the different working groups have been doing, but the strength of the team that we have within the Secretariat. So we are now quite sure that we've got reliable expertise and technical teams. We also understand where the gaps are and how we patch that as we then go through to the 3rd phase of consolidating and raising ambition in earnest. The strategic priorities remain the same: creating enabling conditions, ensuring that we move towards long-term resilience and adaptation, net zero pathways, finance and technological resources, so that the means of implementation for a just transition, we need to work very hard on that part, but then also ensuring that we fulfill our mandate, we remain effective, and that's where a lot of the institutionalization and grounding work will come in the next 5 years. The commissioner retreat that happened towards the end of last year outlined a number of issues. I'm not going to read through the slide, it has been circulated, But what's coming out clearly is, the need to clarify roles and ensure effectiveness. And that talks to the issues of, let's go deeper, let's do very less impactful stuff rather than spreading ourselves too thin. So identifying exactly what matters, impact of the global economic and governance shifts. I know lately huge conversations are just about someone in the northern hemisphere that's making waves. What are those what do those changes mean for us as we adapt and move forward? Transparency and stakeholder engagement, clear five-year roadmap, which we already have the building blocks of that, and I'm quite sure in the next commission meeting, after I have also settled in more tangibly, we will come and provide that roadmap, but it will focus on what the commissioners retreat outlined, issues around industrialization, education, healthcare, economic growth, and how it's impacted. And I was glad to just hear a lot of those things coming out of the presentation that Sir David King just gave. The Komati issue was discussed earlier on, and continuing with communications issues and ensuring that we have more regular deep dive sessions as commissioners. Priorities for the remainder of the term, most of these came out of the reports that were given earlier on by working group chairs. So the net zero working group, it's mainly just to finalize the work that's been happening, firstly around NDC consultations and inputs into the NDC that will be documents that will be released in June at some point. Then conclusion of a number of key technical reports on net zero pathways, pricing, as well as the just transition plan and transport plans. Adaptation and resilience, also focusing a lot on the JARP, the investment framework, which will come to the next commission meeting. I think a lot of work, I've looked at the document, has gone into this. So we are almost at the point where we are ready to come to the commission with this framework, and also a number of reports. We know on the agenda today, we are going to look at the disaster management work. The M&E team, a number of issues categorized into local, national, and international. Locally, the working group already indicated the work around Komati that happened. We are almost over a year on since the report was given. So what's happening? And therefore, what more do we need to do there? So we've had that discussion. And then also beyond the eThekwini floods that had happened, we had that discussion now that, it's not just eThekwini, it's everywhere else. So therefore, what else needs to be done in progressing that and releasing a report for that, as well as the national work, just tracking just transition stories across the country in terms of what's happening and what's impactful, and what is it that's needed for us to improve on that action that would have been undertaken. Lastly, the climate and finance, the climate finance and innovation priorities. I think the team has done very well in identifying key goals, but like we said, a number of them we are probably going to have to consolidate a bit. But the just finance landscape mapping work that's really dealing with the first goal around understanding how finance flows into South Africa, quite critical. So that work will need to be finalized, and a lot of the work under this particular working group is ongoing. So we can't even say that we will finalize that report and then we are done. So the financing mechanism that will proceed, as well as the diagnostics. And now what the team has now going to focus on is just the municipal support program. So there's been a lot on municipal support. We've also spoken a lot about, especially on the disaster side and resilience, the access to financing issues and how do we enable that the finance flows to municipalities. Then also consolidation and monitoring of finance efforts across different platforms. So that was just a short view in terms of what has been prioritized, and for us as the secretariat, that then becomes our hymn sheet as we then go into our own planning sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. That's extremely useful. And I must say it's impressive the speed with which you have embraced all of these plans and actions. So well done. There it is, colleagues. Reflections on this year. What do you want to wrap up as your legacy? Or have we done enough? Comrade Mbodi.
I wouldn't want to be hard on us, because there are certain other things that moving the needle of poverty, unemployment, and inequality is a bigger process. But the issue of skills, yeah, I know there's something that we should come up with. We should really be solid about it, and leave a legacy that we realize why some of us have been included in this commission. It came from the job summit, if you remember. So, I mean, if we don't look at the jobs on behalf of our members and others that are out there in the informal sector and others that are waiting to join the job market, then we'll have failed in our duties. That is one thing that I've got to mention.
Thank you. Very important issue. We'll ask, is Devon in the meeting with us? Oh, he's sick. But you'll respond later, Edie. I think let's take all of the commissioner inputs and we'll come back to you. Mayor Pukunsi.
No, thanks, Deputy Chair. Greetings to commissioners and secretariat. Deputy Chair, I just want to put an emphasis on what is raised by Commissioner Mbodi, because if we don't have the jobs that are secured, our municipality will then turn into ghost house. So we really want to support that. We ensure that the issue of job creation, skills development, and reskilling of our own employees, and poverty alleviation, actual eradication, because as it's entailed in the SDGs. So those are the issues that one wanted to emphasize, because if that is not going to happen, everybody else seated here will forever blame the municipality, because for us to survive, we have the communities that have to pay, including the issue of just transition that we are brushing off to say it needs to happen, but it has negative implications on the local government. Thank you.
No, you're right. I actually see Lindiwe Johnson is sitting behind you, and she is Ms. Skills in the PCC. I wonder if you want to just comment on whether we're taking this issue seriously or not.
Thank you, Dr. Crispian Alva, and also thank you for the questions from the commissioners. Maybe just to share that there has been quite a lot of effort being done behind the scenes to create a conducive and a cohesive system within the skills ecosystem. As we know that the, excuse me, as we know, the skills ecosystem has quite a few challenges it faces, just with regards to its varying reporting lines and also other elements. And so those are some of the key challenges that we're trying to address in making sure that we have implementable projects that actually have sustainable and lasting outputs. One of the key measures that we have actually been very proactive with is making sure that we have a group of key educational stakeholders that are currently working on both identifying the big challenges within the ecosystem and also identifying key short-term, medium-term, and long-term efforts that will then start addressing those challenges. In addition to the key stakeholders that are working around the table, that is now accompanied by both ourselves as the BCC, the JET-PMU, key academic centers that are driving academic research, business and the NBI, and then now looking at a bigger cohort and then your EWCTA as well. With these stakeholders, we are also looking at incorporating other stakeholders a little bit more deliberately as we start identifying as the key challenges within the skills ecosystem is highlighted through some of the research that the PCC is doing. There is also quite significant work being done by other stakeholders that the PCC is keeping its eye on. The ILO is driving a very thorough process on understanding some of the occupational shifts, understanding additionally what are some of the reskilling efforts, and also doing additional work on social dialogues within the province to start looking at the reskilling efforts that is coming through some of the research. So there is significant efforts being done behind the scenes to bring a lot of the coherency and coordination in the space, so that we have not just plans and ideas, but also just bring together some of the implementation efforts. I think the big win over the last 2 years has been that now within the ecosystem, we actually have an aligned vision. I think before it was quite fragmented and it did sit in different pockets, but now we do have a much more aligned vision where we are all as stakeholders working together towards one common goal. And I think that's very important as we start thinking about projects, funding, and works of implementation. Thank you.
Thanks for being so adept on your feet. I gave you no warning about that question, so well done. Joe, you and maybe you could comment on the skill side from the JETP, because I know it's a major focus of the JETP initiative.
Okay, I think there are 2 or 3 things to say. Firstly, that the work to get the lead institution for the skills work in the JET has progressed quite far. So the Department of Higher Education and Training is setting up a JET skills desk. It should be staffed by hopefully the end of this month. I think that we should hope to have the first people in board. The Human Resources Development Council is setting up the JET advisory committee that brings together all of the stakeholders. And as I understand it, nominations have gone out to social partners to appoint their representatives to that committee. And I'm hoping that certainly all of the stakeholders and sectors in that are represented in the PCC have been contacted by the HRDC. I think we're waiting for the Deputy President to set the date for the first meeting. I think most importantly, we are hoping that setting up those structures will enable everybody to get together and to concretely plan what these skills development zones look like. So bring together the TVET colleges, the universities, the private training institutions, the corporates that are involved in their own training initiatives in Mpumalanga, in the Eastern Cape and in the Northern Cape, so that we can get them up and running during the course of this year. I think our big problem is that we need to mature this project pipeline. Our sense is that there is still quite a lot of grant funding that could be pushed into the sector, but we need to get ourselves organized in order to be able to take advantage of it. So I think the onus is with us to get going and to really put this work on steroids. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, Bobby, and then Louise.
Thanks, Chair. Just in terms of key strategies for the last couple of months, one is we have to go back to the spaces we visited early on, because and we really have to go back with quite a thoughtful narrative, because there's going to be flak flying at us. We went down to Nkolobeni, we went to Hot as Hell, we went to South Durban, we went to the Vaal, but we know that Mpumalanga has been the focus. So other areas are really important as to what is our thinking about a just transition in those areas. Then I just want to say also in terms of Commissioner Pukunsi, is that the just transition is not damaging local government. What's damaging local government is the unjust transition. So if we had a just transition, we'd have local government really strong. And so I think we need to figure out how do we work with SALGA and be able to have indicators for local government about what could be a just transition process and what is unjust in the present process at a municipal level. Thank you.
Very important points. I mean,
I clarify something. I am not saying the just transition is actually damaging local government. I was making reference to what happened in Komat because it was unjust. That's why I'm saying, that's why I'm raising. I'm not saying the just transition is not, but in the process, as you move to all these other things, the revenue of local government is based on electricity. If all communities are going to move to your PVCs, then we are going to lose because that's a trading service for us. So I'm not saying the just transition is damaging, but I'm saying the unjust as it happened in the Komati in Mpumalanga, because the whole belt of Mpumalanga municipalities are now a ghost house because of the unjust that happened there.
Noted. But you're making a fundamental point, Bobby. We need to go back to all the communities we have visited before the close of this term. Louise and Boitumelo and Mzila.
Thank you. So just an aside before I make my input. I've been worrying about this thing about hollowing out municipal revenue because of electricity sales. And yesterday I was in the Transport Forum, which is a special interest group of industry and government and whatever on transport. And suddenly a light bulb went on for me. The electricity demand as we go to electric vehicles, electricity demand within municipalities will go up. And so I'm hoping that there can be a revenue sort of trade-off there. More renewables, but more demand through EVs. Okay, so that's just a thought. Look, if we think about our strategic priorities, I think about what is it that the Commission can do that no other entity in the country does? Because a lot of what we do, I mean, it's excellent work, but, you know, we commission lots of consultants. So the consultants could just as well do that work. Why does it have to be us? You know, or we duplicating efforts that others are doing. But what we can do that nobody else can do is the stakeholder convening stuff. And I think that really what, you know, if I look at the one priority that Edie Dora presented around these economic and socio-economic pathways work, the scenarios, if we could end this term of the Commission with having built some kind of national social consensus about the direction in which we are pulling, and some, you know, awareness of what the trade-offs are, and starting to make some of those choices. So what is not a trade-off, it's such an easy slam dunk, is, you know, transitioning our electricity system in a manner that is just. Let me always put that there. But what are we, you know, what should happen with Sasol? That's 80,000 jobs, but it's also the single biggest emitter in the country. You know, what are the trade-offs and decisions there? If we have a limited carbon budget, don't we need to keep some of it to deliver this good life for all stuff and ensure that that's in place? So I think that hosting such a national conversation, and I'm worried that the deadline up there is March 2025, because I think it's actually a process that takes us to the end of the year. Imagine if we can create a social consensus like that in this country. And I will close by just saying that the heroes, I mean, in my view, the heroes in our system, all these years, dating back to before the Climate Commission, is our Department of Environment, you know, who have tried to steadfastly guide the country towards climate action. So let us work complementarily and in partnership. And I think their good life work is really very significant stuff going on. Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you for that. Boitumelo?
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thanks to the ED. I think, Deputy Chair, just to support what Comrade Bobby is saying in terms of going back to the communities, and especially with Komati, we have a beautiful report on Komati, but what is the actual after effect of that, and how do we then best address issues in Komati? So it's going to be important to not just have the reports beautifully placed on our website, but have a tangible impacts on ensuring that the people of Komati are actually catered for in relation to this transition work. I also think, Deputy Chair, with the work of the PMU on skills, it's important that we really tighten our collaboration with the PMU to ensure that the work that we do is succinct and coherent, and that we have a greater kind of outlook of what these skills look like. I don't think it's just on skills. So I just also think there should be alignment also with the GTFP in terms of the finance elements of the transition, because Joanne is doing beautiful work with that, but it's not finding expression in the PCC. And we're basically working towards the same agenda. It's the same people. Joanne is in the PMU, she's in the GTFP, she's also here. So we need to then start capitalizing on that kind of dual responsibilities that we have to benefit the bigger discourse that we are trying to actually achieve.
Very important point. Mzila?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I think two things that I'd like to contribute, and bearing in mind that this is only my second meeting. I think the first one, just from observation, will probably be the tone of voice with which we speak, which I think perhaps needs to be a little bit more firm in order to enable a lot of the recommendations that are coming through to be adopted and adapted. Because I think there does need to be a higher sense of urgency in terms of the responses and the actions that are taken from our recommendations. Understanding that we have limited decision-making powers, if any, but we can only make recommendations. It's an important point to make if I move on to the second part in terms of the trade-offs that I think are going to be necessary in looking at how we proceed on embarking on this journey of the just energy transition. And it's not going to be easy, because it goes back to the point that was made earlier from the contributions of the various working groups. The need to focus and prioritize. It means that there are going to be trade-offs, firstly, along the dimension of time. What do we do today, or what do we defer to tomorrow? It will also mean a reconsideration of what are the needs of which stakeholders we address today, and other needs that we may not be able to address today. And it's going to be a very tense situation. And I think laying the foundation of tone and acceptance of trade-offs is going to be important, particularly given that we are, as a commission, operating in a context of huge mistrust. And I think what I'm hearing from the various contributions is that, with the work that the commission has done today and not reconciling it back with the stakeholders that we met, we just adding and fueling to that mistrust, but the greater and just adding to the greater mistrust that exists in society. And so I think this is where how we speak and to our stakeholders and principals, and setting expectations in terms of how our recommendations are taken forward is going to be quite critical, but also being pretty transparent about the difficult decision that will need to be made, given the trade-offs that are required for us to be able to make progress. And lastly, I think as part of the trade-offs, also begin to look at alternatives. Quite often when I get involved in discussions about just transition, the sense I get is that the thinking around the transition is still pretty much on an orthodox trajectory.
And I'll make an example, for instance, with municipalities. Municipalities are faced with actually thinking differently about themselves. And I think there's an opportunity right now, given the thinking that's going on around the revenue distribution and the whole revenue allocation, that perhaps municipalities themselves could play a role in revenue generation on renewable energy. But also looking at alternative revenue generation models. I think continue to think of revenue models in the way that it has happened before, at a time of huge change, transition, and dealing with such complex issues. I think that's the leadership challenge for all of us. And I think it's a huge opportunity. The point that was made by Sir David King was that I think one of the things that it's important, we need to be clear on an economic transition based on renewables. I think if we continue to dither about it, I think these types of conversations will take place without any meaningful progress. Thank you.
Really excellent points, Shafiq. Is that a hand, Brandon? Shafiq, Brandon, Jan, I'll come to you last because you've spoken. And Shamini, Shafiq, Brandon, Shamini, Jan.
Yeah, thank you. And then I want to pick up on the last point as well. I've spent the whole of last week and some of this week in 2 district municipalities that are rural. They are not thinking what we are thinking. The realities are totally different. The priorities are totally different. The skills and the capacity to do the things that we are proposing in policy changes is not on the radar. And I think if we want to make some of these things work and we want to create that long-term impact, we need to look at what are the impediments to these things. I think it's fine to say, and even on the skills, and maybe I did not listen properly, but it seems very much at the high level. And it's not what Councillor Pukunzi is also in, and I know she said, but what's happening at a very local level, where someone needs to make a decision on how to manage a particular area within their municipality. We're not reaching those people because they've got other priorities. I always use the example as in municipalities, the operators, what's the thing that make them lose sleep every night? Is theft and vandalism. It's not the things, and I think, and then that was confirmed. So I think for me it's understanding the realities on the ground. What are the priorities relative to what we think it should be? What are the skills and capacity, and how do they fund? I mean, in the district municipality I was yesterday, they now thinking about why is no one collecting revenue from advertising. I never knew there's a bylaw that says you need to pay the municipality. But someone ran the numbers that says, hang on, the shortfall in what we're losing in electricity potentially, we can make up by other things that we are not getting the required revenue for. So I think that's just some of the things that we should not lose. And I'm also not talking about the big cities, the big metros, etc. But these are really rural municipalities that seem to be forgotten in a lot of these discussions often. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's very eloquently done. Brandon.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I would just like to endorse what Louise said about having a look at what is it that we can do that's relatively unique. And similarly, in terms of the outputs, technical reports, whatever they may be, which of the ones that we are doing are simply going to be landing into a crowded space and may not stand out, and which would be authoritative and actually take the mission further. And then secondly, just a question around process. So we're looking at possibly focusing more on fewer things. We saw the ambitions for the work groups. We saw in Blessing's presentation that the work programs. And I guess every item on all of those lists is important to someone. So if we're going to cull or amalgamate, is there going to be a process in terms of reviewing what gets dropped or amended? Thanks.
Good. Shamini?
Thanks, Chair. So hearing the commissioners speak, I was quite struck by the fact that a lot of this is speaking to the fact that we don't have implementation plans. And if we think back to when we started right at the very beginning, we said we would eventually put in place some sort of implementation plans according to specific priorities. And I fear that what has happened is that we've done all of this work, we've kept ourselves busy. And so in determining the priorities, we've stuck with what we know. And we haven't stepped back to say, okay, are these the right things given where we are today? And I wonder if there's not an exercise that one needs to do now to say, let's take stock. What have we done really well? What are the must-haves that must continue? And then let's look at what can be done. I think to what Sir David King said, how do we define that vision of what we can achieve given the realities of what we're facing? And I think, Mzila, you struck a chord with me in that it's very clear that we must understand what is feasibly possible right now with limited funds and priorities that probably don't exist other than here, within the municipalities, within the different stakeholder groupings. So I think we need a little bit of a stock take, and then we sit down and put the very clear priorities on the table that need to be done because we can move the dial. So I think that's really important to do. Thanks, Chair.
No, very good points, Joanne.
Thanks. 2 points. The first is, we're going into a national dialogue process later on this year as a country. And I do think that one of the things that we haven't done is to look at the experience and the lessons that we can draw from this body, which essentially has, in my view, been a place where you have brought together stakeholders to try and hear each other and find consensus in a way that is different to the way that we've done it in other forums like NEDLAC or others. And so I think the social compacting experience of the commission itself and what has worked and what hasn't itself needs to be put down as a set of recommendations that I think would usefully feed into the national dialogue. I think the second thing is to take the work that the commission has done in taking the lessons from the Komati experience forward through the coordination that it has been running, and to do an assessment that would support as work starts to happen more broadly across the coal belt. And as we start to look at the ways that different communities and actors start to mobilize around more long-term coal closures, I think that experience itself of that as a development, an approach to development that brings in a wide set of stakeholders, and being able, even though that process is still on the way, to be able to draw some of the lessons from it in a very frank way, I think would be a very useful input into the conversation going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. So, that's a very rich set of inputs. And maybe just to summarize them briefly. So, in addition to the points you'd made earlier about focus and prioritization, there's a number of you have made this point about being clear about what our value add is as the PCC, and being mindful of the fact that we are operating within an ecosystem of, regulators, policymakers, stakeholders, implementers. We don't have to do all of that. So we're maybe in too many places reinventing the wheel and doing stuff that others can do. And we should be pushing stuff out as far as we can and concentrating on the impact areas where our authoritative voice is, given proper voice and use the voice that we do. So I think that's one very important common theme coming out. The other theme is around the engagement process. And I think Bobby's point about going, this responsibility to continue what we've started, and to report back to people that we have engaged with. And in the term of this commission, we need to do it, not, never, never. This commission itself made certain promises, and we need to fulfill those promises, as well as pull what I think is a really unique engagement process that we've developed into this broader dialogue that Joanne's talking about. So I think those are very important points. And then across a number of two big areas of emphasis. And, the one is local government. And it's interesting how, local government, it's now firmly on the president's agenda as an overriding national priority. Operation Vulindlela and Rudy Dix's team has taken it up. They're, leading an intervention in the city of Joburg. So there's a whole lot of broader stuff happening around local government. And we as the Commission are similarly seeing big issues come up on the energy transition, on broader mitigation activities, on resilience, on disaster management. So I think just to note that, and I think we're very lucky to have an ED who comes so strongly out of the local government space. And I think what she'll be able to do is pull together the different threads that we've been working on and put forward a more coherent program around local government. And the other strong area that you've emphasized is skills. Those seem to be the broad thrust of areas. Brian?
I wanted you to finish, Chair, but I wish I had come before you because I had done my own back of the envelope summary. I'm going to summarize it briefly, just to complement what you said. For me, what I had were three core channels. Firstly, is what I call the implementation channel. And inside that channel, what I've had is the issue of skills. Then the second one is the inclusive channel or the consensus channel, which Louise talked about, Mzila talked about, and Joanne talked about. And then the third one, which I didn't hear a lot, is what I call the insights channel. That is providing more than advice, building on what Mzila was saying, but providing insights that are implementable. So to me, those are the three channels that I'm hearing: implementation, insight that you've got skills, inclusive and consensus insights, which is mostly what we do. And then thirdly, the insights channel. And the other issue that's outside the channels that I've had is the issue of differentiator. What sets us apart? I think all of us know what sets us apart. But for me personally, what sets us apart, which is obvious, but we take for granted, is the ability to work cross-sectorally. We take for granted that DPAC has direct access to Treasury. Kate talks with DPME. No one else does that at the level that we do, with the intention and explicit focus that we do. And that impacts the way we interact with business, listening and understanding through their insights and accommodating them in this conversation is very unique. So the issue of differentiator is something we need to build on. Well, the people that will come after us should build on very strongly. So for me, Chair, those are the three things that I just wanted to share with you. If there's an explicit point I would like to make on terms of priorities, it's adaptation and resilience investment plan. That work is already going on, the adaptation and resilience investment plan. But most important, so when I mention that is happening, so it's going to be done, it's an obvious thing. But importantly for me is in terms of legacy, is clarity on pathways beyond 2025. When it comes to investment of resilience, this is a huge issue. There's a lot of talk about it. There's very little that's done about it. We have an opportunity to do something about it. So for me, by end of this year, we're going to have a plan of sorts on adaptation and resilience investment. But a legacy we can give to the team that's going to come after us is a clear set of pathways of driving that and entrenching it, embedding it in the governance, not government, in the governance of the country. Thank you.
I should have passed to you to do the summary. So they've now had the benefit of 2 summaries. I'm going to suggest we leave it at that. I mean, I think we've canvassed these areas very thoroughly. I don't know if you want to make any closing comments, Edie.
No.
Okay. Sorry, Chair, I'm now at the risk of, but can I just make one short point? All of this, I think, is very, very true. If I could just add one thing that I have not heard, it is important that there's a focus on how the story is told. So communication, that's all that I want to say. And I know Katie and the team is there, but my request is that the ED look at that, because that's very important, how you land this phase and how you start. I think Brian said it as well, the legacies, but when there's a handover from maybe new commissioners that are coming in. So I just want to make that point. It's a priority. And if I may, I do think we need to put some resources available to get that specific focus, because if we do not do that, you miss out a lot of the institutional knowledge, the achievements, the debates, so that we don't have to go, new people don't have to go back 5 years, but they can actually just go back and take it up from where it was landed.
Has Blessing been lobbying you?
For the record, confirmed, no, he has not.
No, I think that's music to your ears, Mr. Manale. Point taken, communications. Edie?
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of spoiling the summaries that's been given, I'm not going to attempt to, but safe to say that for me, it's just one big question that we are going to go and answer as the Secretariat on behalf of the commissioners, which is, what will success look like? Which then means at the end of the tenure, commissioners will have to then say to the next set of commissioners that we've succeeded in doing this set of things. So if we say we've developed insights and advised people, how have we measured that the advice has been taken in and implemented, and therefore we've been successful over the past 5 years? So we will do that piece of work. Engage. Thank you.
Brilliant. And we'll get a report back, Brandon, at our next commission meeting. And obviously this will also filter through the different working groups. So I think they'll be able to have oversight of it. Disaster management. This is the last substantive item on our agenda. We're going to be led, I understand, Shafiq, you're going to kick us off. And then Desigan will be leading the report. And then we'll take some responses. I'd like to invite Councillor Nkosi to respond, as well as Councillor Hill-Lewis. And I think we've got the NDMC with us. Is that correct? Oh, they're not here. Okay. But over to you, Shafiq.
Thanks, Chair. And just a quick introduction is that I think it's now well known, even if you just switch on the TV, that we need to strengthen our disaster management response in response to a climate-related disaster events happening more and more. And So how do we deal with this in terms of governance reforms? How do we fund it? What type of early warning systems are required? And what type of integration is required across different spheres of government, sectors and the like. So without further ado, let me hand over to Des again that will do the presentation. And as you said, there will be some responses to his presentation. Thanks, Des.
Thank you, Shafiq. Thank you, Chair. Incidentally, like before in December, when we talked about the CCRF, we had that brilliant introduction from Muzakato and Virashongwe. Today we've had the same now with David King. So I think we've been in this presentation for much of today. So what I'm going to do is to concentrate on a couple of framing issues and then a little bit of time on the core recommendations. The document has been circulated to folk, and this presentation will also be available to people. And we're going to have two really excellent people giving us responses to this, who are, if you like, at the actual cold face of a lot of this. So if we move to the next slide, just a reminder, I only want to highlight two things on the slide, is that this is a discussion that's been happening intensely at a global level for a little while. And some of the information that has come through packaged in a way that has gone to policymakers and not just scientists is the IPCC AR6, and it's been quite comprehensive on this issue. The second thing that I want to highlight is that in this Mobius strip of disasters, the extreme weather is one part of the spectrum associated with climate change. The other part of the disaster management is associated with the displacement of people and the whole concept of temporary and sometimes more than temporary climate refugees. And we're not counting out the issues of violent extremism because some of those heads are already shown. So on the next slide is to give you some of the data associated with this. And I think David King did such a good job of this. The only thing I want to emphasize on this is that this is from the WMO data. And this report goes up to 2019. And in that period, 2019, from 1970, there were these almost 1,100 disasters around the world, 2.06 million deaths, and $3.6 trillion worth of economic losses. I would argue that in the period after 2019 is when we have seen the real pervasion of this around the world and a much, much higher intensity and regularity of the disasters. In fact, when the numbers come out, I think we will see that there would easily be a doubling when we pull this thing up to 2024. So moving on to the next slide, just to emphasize that while we're engaging this issue at a macro level, and we have the disaster management cycle that's now well established in both the literature and in practice in many parts of this country, we must never forget the thing that Shafiq continuously reminds us of, is that there is a set of actions that work very well at national level, but the rubber hits the road at the most local level inside the system. And the orientation really needs to be there. The next slide is just to remind us where this fits in with the overall work of the PCC, because this is quite important. Because we're talking about that centerpiece of climate-related disaster management as a forerunner of a much bigger piece of work that is currently underway in the country, and that is the reform of the disaster management system as a whole, across all aspects of disaster management. But the thing that precedes that, and this also relates to another set of projects that are happening inside the PCC, is around data and information and the early warning system. This is already at hand. The two things that it cottons into is one is the sustainable resourcing, and this is about how the funding mechanisms will work around disaster management. And the CCRF is an important contributor in this regard, but there is more in this domain. And then all of this backs into the climate resilient development pathways work, both for sectors and geographies, because disaster management is a core component of that. A bigger component is the disaster risk reduction, and we must keep this in mind. The next point is just reminding us on behalf of all of those people who work on disaster management in this country is that we're starting from a fairly reasonable base, because there are some very particular strengths in this country that we are building on. And we are not starting from scratch, and we're not starting from a crisis. And I think this is a really empowering thing for us to absorb and acknowledge. And in the way we take forward the recommendations, we can rely on there being at least a start, and in some cases, fairly world-class systems in each of those pockets, those 5 pockets that you see on that screen. And I'm sure they're all familiar to you. Having said that, we have significant challenges, and none of these will surprise you. So we have a policy fragmentation issue, we have governance challenges and institutional weaknesses in the system. The financial constraints are absolutely enormous. We haven't really had a disaster in the history of disaster management in this country where the full bill of that disaster was actually met with the resources that was available. There are the issues also related to clean governance in this domain. The early warning systems, although we have some world-class examples, is not pervasive, and the issues around planning and development come to the fore all of the time. So, Chair, I'm going to jump straight to the recommendations before we have the responses and the discussion. And they're in 3 broad suites. The first of those suites is on governance reform. And with governance reform, the key thing that is being punted in the broader disaster management review is the possibility of developing a national agency, an entity that would serve as a scheduled entity in the system, but not be part of a government department. And we've had this discussion several times in the PCC about the PCC itself and several other institutions about why this can be advantageous. And the folk at the NDMC and COPTA are now leading the process and are probably going to have something in front of cabinet in the first half of this year. The second thing is the characterization of how this operates, because you have to institutionalize a subsidiarity, which means you're going to have the highest level of authority available at the lowest level possible to empower the actions that are required, because all disasters are local. At the same time, you're going to have sufficient coordination and synergizing at higher levels to make sure that you get the efficiencies that you want inside the system. And the third part of the governance reform relates to this difficult thing of integrating disaster management and development planning. And there are several pieces of work inside this domain around how you can integrate your disaster management work plan into your IDPs, for example. It's a big piece of work that needs to happen in all of those domains, actually, but these are the right directions in which to move. The second basket is around sustainable and innovative funding. Now, we are all aware that there is a fairly extensive process being led by National Treasury right now around the broader suite of financial tools that come from the fiscus associated with disaster management, and center to that is something that goes beyond the fiscus into partnership around disaster risk financing reform. And there are several things in that suite that are being panel beated, and this should see the light of day in 2025 as a full proposal from National Treasury, along with the Climate Change Response Fund that this PCC actually approved in December to be part of that suite. Of course, the Climate Change Response Fund talks about more than disaster management. The second part is this characterization of multi-partner participation and the safeguards that go along with that. And the third is the transparency of the mechanisms that are around the use of those funds, because one of the big issues is the issue of corruption, is the issue of misuse of funds, and all of this has to go in the right kind of way. On this particular recommendation, the expectation is that we put this into the system, but we have a mechanism to support, and that is the Treasury trajectory right now around disaster risk financing reform. And then the third suite is the issue of, in the next slide, please, is data and knowledge management. Now, centered to that is the early warning systems. We talked about that in some detail in a previous PCC meeting. There was some discussion earlier on, and the early warning systems are in fact absolutely core to this. But it's about more than that. It's about organizing for data and knowledge management to be available in a way that is management information system to both the people who are managing disasters in our various organizations around the country in response to the disasters, but also management information system that takes into account the disaster risk management together with the disaster management protocols into the normal day-to-day managing of either a municipality or a province or a region and so forth and so on. And then the last part to that is giving a big punt to a much wider participation in data and knowledge management and the whole concept of citizen science, because every citizen has the ability to participate in contributing to the knowledge that is needed at a central level, and in turn being able to use information that comes out of that. So, Chair, we're also saying that all of these three spheres of recommendation have a strong interaction with one another. And if we get this right, we possibly are going to be on our way to a fairly robust disaster management system. Thank you.
Thank you, Desigan. That's a really crisp and clear and well done for both a good presentation and a very solid report. So to kickstart our discussion, I'm going to turn to Councillor Nkosi, who's the Mayor of Lesedi Municipality and who is the Chair of the SALGA National Working Group on Emergency Services and Disaster Management. Councillor Nkosi, I welcomed you earlier, but once again, welcome to this Commission meeting. It's great to have you with us, and we look forward to your reflections.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also greet all the commissioners present and the Executive Director, other senior officials from the Commission and officials from SALGA, my two colleagues, two mayors present. Let me also acknowledge Sir David King in absentia. When I looked at the program, I see Sir David King, and when I came in here, I look at my name tag and it's written Councillor Mluleki Nkosi. Then it prompted me to explain that Nkosi means king to the commission. Thank you very much. Chair, on behalf of SALGA, we would like to appreciate this opportunity to respond to the Presidential Climate Commission recommendation on the improvement of the disaster management system in our country following the extreme climate related weather events. And SALGA fully agrees with the report when it states that climate change, rapid urbanization, and socio-economic vulnerabilities have exponentially increased South Africa's disaster risk. It is a fact and it is happening, and that the country's disaster management system needs a critical transformation to meet the current and future needs. And indeed, the system must move beyond traditional relative emergency responses and adopt a proactive, risk-informed and development-focused approach. And our lived experience, Chair, is that South Africa is currently not geared to take mitigative measures to avoid huge losses of life. And the damage to infrastructure and disruptions of services upon receiving warnings about inclement weather and potential disasters. For example, all what we do is that we inform our communities to be alert about potential disasters. However, there are no necessary evacuation measures in place to remove vulnerable communities from areas that may be impacted. And also, there are also no measures in place to protect our infrastructure. So, Chair, in this regard, everything is left with municipalities after the disaster. And I was tempted perhaps to participate, particularly when I had Mr. Bobby Pick saying that municipalities must stop asking for money and go green. But I want to explain, Chair, why we always ask for money. Is that according to the Constitution, disaster management is a concurrent function of national and provincial government, according to the Constitution. And however, key elements of the disaster management function were assigned to municipality by way of Disaster Management Act, but it was not accompanied by funding. Those responsibilities were just given to municipalities without any funding and thereof. And then Section 9, subsection 3 of the Municipal Systems Act state that appropriate steps must be taken to ensure sufficient funding and capacity to perform the assigned function. And this legislative requirement was not fulfilled when the function of disaster management were assigned to municipalities through Disaster Management Act. So as a result, municipalities do not have funding and capacity to perform these functions. But later, Chair, I'll state on the recommendations and your point in question, Chair, when you raise that in the State of the Nation address, the President has alluded about the review of the funding model of local government. Because currently, as we sit, we are sitting at less than 9% that we receive on grants, and 90% is allocated to province and national. And there's a narrative that municipalities can be able to collect from the triple challenges: poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So we are unable to collect the issue of revenue that Ms. Louise Nodier has indicated. I thought I should just raise that, Chair. And it is against this background that SALGA continues to advocate for the review of disaster management system of the country. So, Chair, we have done a research with two proposals that we want to put forward in order for us to deal with the disaster. The first one, Chair, is the risk reduction and resilience building function that we suggest as SALGA that must focus on coordination and enforcement of risk reduction, preparedness and restoration of livelihoods to build resilience. And we believe that this function must be given authority with policy powers that will ensure plans and budgets of all departments in all spheres of government and state-owned entities, including measures and provisions for disaster risk reduction and response, because disaster cuts across, whether it's education, whether state parastatals, when disaster hits, it hits across, and all state departments should budget for it and it be centralized. This function must also coordinate rebuilding programs by those responsible for destroyed infrastructure to ensure building better within the set timelines. And Chair, the second one that, on this one, Chair, the function must also coordinate rebuilding programs by those responsible for destroyed infrastructure and ensure building better within set timelines is prioritized and enforced. Lastly, Chair, it should perform incidents forecasting, awareness building, and this should be the function of national, provincial, and district disaster management centers, which have been established in terms of the Disaster Management Act. And the second one, Chair, that we suggest is that the rescue and recovery functions must focus on saving lives and recovery and should be activated based on prediction of incidents that are likely to cause disasters, to implement measures that will minimize loss of lives, damage infrastructure. So SALGA, Chair, proposes that this function should be allocated to one institution, department, and agency center that will operate nationally and strategically located decentralized operational centers with standby skilled personnel and equipment across the country. This agency should enable quick and effective response in disaster vulnerable areas and coordinate restoration. So SALGA believes that this function should operate as a civil protection service that is comparable to the Brazilian model. So we believe that this can be coordinated under separate civil defense, Chair, and be allocated in one institution. So this will eliminate the need for time-consuming intergovernmental funds transfers, processes that delay responsiveness and lead to lack of effective accountability. It is a model that is used in Brazil. For instance, they call it the civil defense unit. They use the army, basically, because the army has got resources. It has got people who are there. Some go even to pension without going to a war. So if that model is used, Chair, it will assist us. When you go to the army gym, you will find that there is a grader, there's an excavator, there's a water tanker. We call it, what do we call it? Yellow fleet. But the brown fleet is there. They've been standing there for years without being used. So in us responding for disaster, this can come handy and let there be unit that is trained to respond for disaster. Chair, with that, I would like then to thank you and support the recommendation. And our report is also will be submitted with what we suggest as part of the recommendation. Thank you very much.
It's really exciting to hear about the SALGA work that you've been doing on this. And I think we should designate, you'll come back and respond at the end, but let's see how we can synergize. Because there's, from listening to what you were saying, there's an enormous amount of overlap with what Desigan was presenting. So I'm going to turn to you. I've been calling you councillor, but actually the formal designation is Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis. I've never fully understood what alderman means, but I think it means you've done 2 terms as councillor already.
To be honest with you, I have no idea. But
Doris says it's 10 years.
Yes, you are elder.
Well, I'm very happy to be just Jordan. Well, thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you for the report. And I really do think this is an important focus of the Commission. As we heard from Sir David earlier, there is a real growing risk of disaster globally. And we've certainly seen that in our context in South Africa, most acutely in KZN and even just in the last week again. But also in Cape Town. Last winter was our wettest winter since 1960. So our wettest winter in 64 years, and caused very significant local flooding, not as severe as we've seen in KZN, but significant nonetheless. And some relatively significant local infrastructure damage. Again, KZN has seen billions of rands worth of damage. The last July, we saw a couple 100 million rands worth of damage to basic infrastructure in Cape Town. So if you think back to 2018, where we had that extremely alarming 1 in 500 year drought, where for 4 years we had extremely low rainfall, to just a few years later having 65-year record rainfall. This is kind of the wild swings in weather patterns that we should expect more frequently in future, which makes it very, very hard to plan. So I do support the proposals around increased coordination and convening power through some kind of national function, to look at both incident response and look at proactive planning. I must emphasize, though, when I speak of incident response, I do emphasize the need for immediate response. And immediate means immediate, not 24 hours later or 48 hours later, and certainly not weeks later, which I'm afraid is what we often see from the National Disaster Management Center at the moment. So when you, as the gentleman said, the local environment is where the rubber really hits the road. And when you respond to an incident, you do so immediately. Our Disaster Management Center convened last July, one evening convened at 4 o'clock in the morning because of the severity of local flooding in Cape Town communities. There has to be an immediate response. So that is just by definition the nature of disaster response. I must say that our experience thus far has been from the Disaster Management Center that there is a response. It is quite a helpful and good response, but it is not immediate. It often takes days, and sometimes even longer than that, weeks to respond. And that's obviously a capacity issue, particularly when you're dealing with incidents around the country. But we must come to terms with the fact that we are a country now that's going to increasingly deal with extreme weather events, and we may even deal with several extreme weather events at the same time across the country. And those might be completely different events. So you might have extreme storms in one part of the country and extreme drought in another part of the country at the same time. And so any national function must have the capacity to respond instantaneously to multiple events at the same time. Then I must emphasize the point made by Sir David about investment in resilience, this concept of disaster mitigation rather than response. We've now had a full-time dedicated resilience planning department in the city of Cape Town for about 3 years now. It's making really good progress on responding in the way that he described to responding proactively to disaster scenarios. So we could have a repeat of the day zero experience. How do we mitigate that? Well, that resilience team has planned out a set of projects which we are implementing with discipline to make sure that we are not vulnerable to day zero again. Similarly, with drought scenarios, we are implementing projects right now to ensure that we have that resilience as well. And so I think what might be helpful is to have that resilience team come and talk about disaster resilience and forward planning, proactive planning, and I can certainly arrange that. Then just briefly, to obviously all of these things take resources, disaster financial response. Firstly, my experience, municipalities in South Africa are terrified of emergency procurement powers because they are almost always they almost always result in audit queries from the Auditor General and very often result in audit qualifications. So even though emergency procurement powers exist in law in South Africa, we all understand them. We also understand that they are often abused. Very often you hear of corruption stories in local government that emanate from emergency procurement powers. So we understand the sensitivity. At the same time, I do think there's opportunity for us to refine those rules so that we can actually use them properly when they are needed. At the moment, I can tell you the city manager of the city of Cape Town will not use emergency procurement powers under any circumstances, even in an emergency. So I've been very frustrated. We've had big arguments because when you have genuine disaster scenarios, there is a huge reluctance to use any emergency procurement powers because it's almost guaranteed to lead to an audit qualification of some sort or another down the line. So I think there's opportunity for us to clarify guidelines or to develop clear national guidelines on how emergency procurement powers should be used without the AG freaking out and having a cadenza about it. So those are some of the points that I took from the report and which I'd be happy to build on in future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for those insights and for the generous offer to exchange. I mean, I followed the Cape Town Day Zero example with a lot of interest. And I mean, I have to say, we've got an absolute, benchmark test case of how to respond when your water resources run dry. And particularly the demand management work that Cape Town did. I mean, I know there was some initial real resistance, but over time, Cape Town was able to get the demand management to the level that you needed it. And very interesting lessons. So it's there. Any inputs or comments? No,
Sorry, just
Bobby?
me again. Sorry, Dr. Alder. So I think thanks, Desgan, for the report. Much appreciated. It's desperately needed. I just want to reflect on this confusion around, do we have a disaster management system? I think you were in government in those days when you did the Y2K disaster management plan. So I think we should revisit. I mean, it's not that these things haven't been done. There is some form of infrastructure there that we need to look at. A long time ago. In terms of community-led integration in disaster management, there has to be a much more preemptive process. And I think it has been mentioned, but it must be very clear that communities need to be part of the governance processes around disaster management. So it's not when it happens that people are having to then be part of the process. And I don't know if I'm wrong, I skimmed through the report. Clean the drains. There's no cleaning the drains. And what does that mean? What that means is if you look at how we need to build resilience and how we need to adapt, there are seriously good, permanent, long-term employment opportunities that will save us money in the long term. Yes, you'll be employing people, we're going to spend money but you are spending money in a good way because you're going to prevent the disaster. So there needs to be some cost analysis there and not extended public work programs, where people are not formally in the system. I think if you're going to get your drain clean in the city, give a person a long-term meaningful job, then that person will clean that drain up.
Yeah, I mean, Joburg's hasn't been cleaning the drains for a couple of years now. And every time we have heavy rainfall, it's, the only place it flows is the street. And it's chaos. Any other comments, Shamini, Shafiq?
Thanks, Chair, and well done to the team. Really important work and recommendations. I just didn't see, Desigan, any recommendations about the ecosystem that needs to be created around data management and capturing of data. So I know for a fact that a lot of businesses are doing forecasting into the future about weather, what the implications are, ranging from lightning all the way to flooding, etc., and rainfall. So how are we leveraging some of that science, the data science, in bringing together the key role players around creating this agency that's needed amongst stakeholders? So that's just out of interest. I'd like to know. Thanks.
Yeah, this story of cleaning the drains is a valid concern, but we must also not put the municipality on the back foot, because the problem in most cases are it was sized incorrectly. It was sized in a 1960 climate regime. The regime is now changed. So in short, most of that is designed for a 3-month rainfall period. Now, if all that 3 months arrives in 24 hours, you can clean it as much as you like. It's not going to deal with it. And I think the rain bomb of the other day was a good example of that. And so I think it's about building. When we replace the infrastructure, it needs to be sized. And at the Water Research Commission, we've been doing this work. And someone mentioned the other day around the municipal flooding. So we've partnered with IMESA as an example, and we build the capacity. But what we find when you're trying to go and build the capacity at the local level, it's not there. And I think this is my point of earlier. We need to go and revisit what we expect municipalities to do versus what they have to do it. And I think you'll find a mismatch between the policy, etc. So I think it's about building back smarter. It's about building our settlements water smart back. And I think if we reduce the vulnerability and increase the resilience, the other things we would not need this disaster thing over and over again. I think let me stop that. Thanks.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thanks. Over the last couple of years, the National Planning Commission has done a lot of work with both municipalities and the academic community, bringing them together around some of those data issues and some of the issues around capacity. We've worked quite closely with SALGA on a way that you can start to look at a set of exchanges and support that start to address some of the capacity issues. So this is an invitation. The NPC is going to hold a round table sometime, I think it's probably April or May, to engage further on that work. And it would be very useful to have the PCC participate in that and to start to bring together in one room the stakeholders who are talking about all of these issues, also with a view to look at practically how do we start to address some of these challenges. Thanks.
Good. Can I pass it back to you, Desigan? Any responses from your side, and tell us what you want us to do with this report?
Certainly, Chair. And let me start with some acknowledgements, actually, which I should have done before, is that there's been a lot of conversation around this matter in very structured ways. I mean, we've had a DEMISA conference recently that was hosted in Cape Town. It was incredibly valuable about updating the narrative, and SALGA has had a specialized indaba on this issue very recently. And these communities of practice are coming together. It's unfortunate that Dr. Sithole is not here, because we wanted him to just give the commissioners a view on how far they are moving with the NDMC reform project. And it's starting to merge with this recommendation of a national agency. But let me offer just two further responses to this. The first is the issue around data and information management. It is a really big job. And the PCC recommendation around the climate and weather information systems is going to be really important in this regard. Lots of folk are putting their foot forward. There are citizen science engagements, there are business data sets that are available. A combination of SANBI and the GCF have organized for South Africa to have in every district municipality now a fact sheet around climate, including some projection. And then we've been talking in this PCC about a live database building on the work of Sarava to have this real on-time information inside the system. The second thing I want to put in the plate is that the civil defense idea is worth a lot of exploration. It has a few sentences only in the report, but there's a bunch of work that is associated with it, including a more in-depth understanding of where we actually are, because it is true, and we have seen it, that the South African Defence Forces have been active in disaster areas many times in this country and outside. And how that is formalized into a system is really important. The last point I want to make, Chair, is that you've heard from David King where we are in the world today. He talked about the January temperature being plus 1.75. Well, the average temperature for 2024 as a whole was plus 1.5 already. If we start emitting completely in the world today, you still have that energy available in the atmosphere until you work out how to suck it out, which means for the next couple of decades at least, you're going to be dealing with disaster management so regularly, you're going to wonder if this is not the normal function. And that is where we're getting to, and South Africa needs to have a sufficiently robust system to get us in that direction. So the thing that the Secretariat is asking for, Chair, as recommended by the working group, the ANR working group, is the approval of this as the recommendation. And this will be the catalytic point for several of the other processes that would need to follow. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So the report is approved. And well done to the team for all the work on this. We are on to the last few items. So minutes of the previous meeting, Mrs. Jones, were circulated. You got comments, you amended them. And I can only assume we must now adopt them.
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, so unless there are any objections, we've adopted the minutes. Thanks for the matters arising. Do you want to talk to them, or can we just note them? I mean, you've already circulated that.
So, Chair, I'm quite happy to confirm that they've been largely covered in today's agenda in terms of the various items on the just transition, the adaptation, the climate finance, etc. So I'm happy to confirm that we can move forward. Thanks,
Thank you. Well done for all your hard work on that. Any other business, colleagues? I do have one item. So as we mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the three strategic advisors who've played an absolutely integral role in bringing the Commission to this point, their contracts are coming to an end. They have, you know, in addition to all the work you've been seeing them do with the different working groups, also been building underneath them a team of really dynamic young people who are ready to take the reins. But I thought we should just give them an opportunity to say goodbye. And then express our gratitude to them for, you know, really this initial kickstart that they've given to the work of this Commission. So, Mr. Nichols. Just whatever comes to your mind. Are you going to miss us?
Yes, of course. Yeah. It has been a fascinating couple of years. As you know, I came out of the private sector, and so the introduction to the politics was quite something, and I kept having to remind myself this is why I came. I came to learn these things. And so, yeah, it's been a wonderful journey, and I wanted to thank all of you for your support. particularly the support of the Net Zero Working Group. They've put in countless additional hours apart from these meetings and the Net Zero meetings and special meetings that we've organized with short notice and leading all of our stakeholder engagement sessions. So we're really grateful for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deepak.
I'm going to take slightly longer than Steve. This has been quite a journey for me. So the first thing I want to say is thank you very much at a personal level to you, Crispian, as well as in absentia Valley. I had just come to the end of my stint as advisor to Praveen Gordon, and I was about actually to pack my bags and go back to New York. And then I got the call, and you might recall that the original arrangement was that just come and help us to try and inject a sense of financial acumen into the climate debate. And I said, but I know nothing about climate. And I remember Valley's response was, that's okay, we'll cover you there. And 3 and a bit years later, it's certainly been, for me, at this stage in my life, a really welcome, challenging period to learn more, which I thought would not come at this stage in my life. So firstly, thanks very, very much. The last thing I want to say is, while I say goodbye in this phase, I, like a bad smell, might not be very far away. And so let's see what happens. I do have other very pressing responsibilities. Crispian, you know that I'm a non-executive director on the board of Transnet. And although it's non-exec, I can tell you that the burning platforms there, which I've committed myself to not necessarily spearheading, because that would be a governance issue, Gideon, for a non-exec, but all the issues related to the balance sheet, debt restructuring, the issues related to the separation of the infrastructure operations from the operating part of Transnet, and then, of course, preparing the packages of what we call euphemistically private sector participation projects, all fall within the domain of stuff that I have to oversee. So the main reason I'm leaving is not because necessarily I've just come to the end of my contractual term, but I do believe that after we, through Joanne, sort out the electricity system as enunciated in the JET IP, the next critical challenge, if we are ever going to meet our climate commitments as well as reduce the drag on the economy from a broken freight and logistics system and get the economy moving again, that's going to be my prime responsibility over the next coming couple of years, but I would hate to leave the climate space. So budget.
I promise to be shorter than Deepak.
Yes.
I want to echo, it's been a really interesting ride. I started off this journey as a commissioner, and then decided that when space was available, when I left the WRC, that there was a space to do a deeper dive. And it's been a really incredible learning experience. And I think there were a couple of things that the commissioners need to take away around this thing, because you're going to be having this conversation at the end of this year as well, is that you need to step outside a little bit to see how impactful this institution is. And it really is. It makes a big difference. It's in every significant climate conversation that happens. Either supporting what it does or being irritated that it's getting in the way. But it's there and it's real and it's an asset. The second thing is that people are learning how to compete with the PCC. And so the PCC has to be at that cutting edge, and there's a reliance that it is able to do so. And the third thing is that there's an expectation that it is more adventurous than the other institutions, because it does not have the same kinds of constraints. It has the ability to use that adventure to create a new space for people to come into. The two organizations I am associated with are not far away from the climate world. So I'll try to be a slightly better smell than Dipa, but it's going to be pretty close. I promise to abuse all of you and use you in those spaces because there are big conversations happening. So in the Institute for Security Studies, it's about learning what can happen at a national level, like we're doing in South Africa, and making it Pan-African. And the other one is the CGIAR, which is a global organization for agricultural research, and the same thing applies. So colleagues, thanks very much. It's been a very interesting ride. Chippy and I have been fighting for decades, actually, not just recently. And we both have to guardedly admit that we really like it. And Dora, we're not far away. These guys are too interested in the subject matter for you not to call on them. But thank you, everybody. It's been a great journey.
Yeah, I'm sure that it is not a full goodbye. And you need to think of yourselves as permanently part of the PCC family. And I think we'll be saying the same to this crop of commissioners when our term comes to an end. I mean, I'm hoping some of you will come back, so there's a measure of continuity with the new commission. But for those that don't, I think we form part of a network of alumni that should continue to engage and keep these conversations going. So sad as it is, I think we've built enduring links and relationships which will persist for many years to come. So on that note, unless there's any other business, the meeting is adjourned. And one other thing I wanted to say, there is an upcoming bilateral with the National Planning Commission, and we've agreed with them to do it as a trilateral and bring in the President's Economic Advisory Council as well into the meeting. So we're just debating dates. We've been given the date of the 14th of April by the National Planning Commission. We're trying to make sure that the peak is also available. And I'm in conversation with the President about whether he could grace us with his presence at that occasion as well. So expect further correspondence about it, and we'll advise you of a date well in advance. Thanks everyone for coming. Great meeting. Thanks Secretariat for all your hard work. Thanks.